There is something about monsters that pulls us in. They fill our dreams, haunt our nightmares, and, in some strange way, hold a deep fascination over us. From the dark forests of Europe to the scorching deserts of Africa, from icy northern landscapes to humid jungles, every culture across the globe has stories about monsters. But why do these creatures, born from the collective imagination of humankind, matter so much? Monsters are more than just frightening figures to scare us at night. They are symbols, often born out of our deepest fears and greatest hopes. They represent the unknown, the dangers lurking just beyond the light of the campfire, or the mysteries hidden in the dark corners of our mind. Monsters are the things we cannot explain, the forces we cannot control. But they also serve a purpose far beyond simple terror. These mythic creatures help explain the world around us and give meaning to things that might otherwise be terrifying or confusing. In a way, they make the unknown feel a little less overwhelming. In every culture, monsters play a key role in helping people understand their environment. Long ago, before the age of science, the world was full of things people couldn't explain. Why did the earth shake? Why did the sun disappear behind a shadow during an eclipse? Why did crops sometimes fail? For many, these questions found their answers in stories of creatures that could not be seen, but were always present. When lightning struck, it wasn't just a natural event, it was the sign of an angry god or a giant dragon roaring in the sky. The dark waters of a lake weren't just a peaceful place, they hid a terrifying beast waiting for its next victim. For ancient Egyptians, the serpent Apep was the embodiment of chaos. They believed Apep sought to devour the sun every night as it passed through the underworld. His defeat at the hands of Ra, the sun god, was not just a battle of gods, but a way to explain the rising and setting of the sun. Each morning, the sun's return signaled that chaos had been pushed back, if only for a little while. This gave people a sense of control over a world that often felt out of their hands. In Japan, the Oni, with gigantic, terrifying ogres, were not just random monsters. They often appeared in stories to represent uncontrolled anger or the destructive forces of nature. Villagers believed that if a person let hatred consume them, they could turn into an Oni. In this way, these creatures served as both warnings and lessons, teaching people the importance of keeping their emotions in check. Stories of these creatures weren't just about scaring children, they held moral lessons for the entire community. Many monsters have stories tied to morality, beings that punish wrongdoers and reward the good. The Banshee of Irish legend, for example, wasn't just a wailing spirit meant to terrify those who heard her cries. She was a warning, a figure that foretold death. To hear the Banshee's keening was to know that someone was about to die. Yet, her presence also reminded people to live good lives, because one never knew when the end might come. But it's not just the unknown forces of nature or morality that monsters speak to. They also reflect a deep part of our cultural identities. Monsters often represent the fears and values of the societies that create them. Take the Wendigo from North American indigenous traditions. The Wendigo is a horrifying creature that embodies greed and starvation. In a harsh winter climate where resources are scarce, survival depends on cooperation and sharing. The Wendigo legend warns against selfishness and greed, as those who hoard resources or harm their community are believed to become this flesh-eating monster. The Wendigo wasn't just a ghost story, it was a reminder of the dangers of going against the values that kept the community strong. In ancient Greece, the Minotaur, a half-man, half-bull monster trapped in a labyrinth, was more than just a savage creature. He represented human inner conflicts, being both man and beast. His existence in the maze was symbolic of the complexity of human nature. The Greeks used this story to explore the duality within every person, the struggle between our higher reasoning and our base instincts. The story of Theseus slaying the Minotaur showed the triumph of human intellect and courage over our more primal fears. In every corner of the world, these monsters have been shaped by the landscapes and societies from which they emerged. In Norway, where the long, dark winters can feel eternal, trolls became a part of the landscape itself, giant, lurking figures that seemed to blend into the mountains and forests. These creatures weren't just scary for the sake of it, they represented the isolation, the cold, and the mystery of nature. Trolls were nature itself, sometimes protective, sometimes destructive, depending on how humans treated the land. Monsters also helped explain the suffering people faced. In cultures across the world, disease and death were often blamed on dark, malevolent forces. In Nigeria, the Ads, a vampire-like creature that could turn into a firefly, was believed to be the source of illness and death. When a village faced a mysterious sickness, it wasn't just a random event. The Ads had slipped through, draining the life out of the sick. While these stories gave a reason for suffering, they also gave people hope. If a monster caused the illness, then it could be defeated. It gave the community a sense of power over something that otherwise would have felt uncontrollable. Even in the most modern times, the fascination with monsters hasn't faded. We still create them, though they've evolved alongside us. Today's monsters might be cryptids like the Loch Ness monster or Bigfoot, creatures that sit on the edge of belief, where science and legend mix. While we may now know that earthquakes are caused by tectonic shifts and eclipses by the movement of the moon, monsters still serve a purpose in reminding us that there are things we don't fully understand. They speak to the small, ancient part of our brains that still fears the dark. Monsters have always been, and will always be, a reflection of us. They are born from our surroundings, our values, our fears, and our desires. They are both warnings and protectors, villains and heroes. Through them, we tell the story of who we are, what we fear, and what we aspire to overcome. Though their forms may change, their presence in our myths and stories remains eternal. In the heart of ancient Egypt, long before cities rose from the sands, people looked up to the sky and saw not just the sun but a battle between light and darkness, between order and chaos. Every day, as the sun crossed the heavens, it seemed like a victory, but as night crept in, it was a reminder that something darker, something terrifying, was waiting just beyond the horizon. And this terror had a name, Apep. Apep was no ordinary creature. He was the embodiment of chaos itself, a massive serpent, so immense that he could wrap his coils around the world. His skin was as dark as the night he ruled, and his eyes burned with hatred for all things living and bright. To the ancient Egyptians, he wasn't just a monster, he was everything that threatened the balance of life. Whenever the sun set, the fear that Apep would swallow the light forever gripped the hearts of those who worshipped Ra, the sun god. Ra, the god of the sun, was the protector of all that was good and orderly. Each day, he traveled across the sky in his great solar bark, a golden ship that carried the sun through the heavens. But the journey didn't end when the sun disappeared below the horizon. No, that was only the beginning of Ra's most dangerous battle. When the sun set, Ra's ship entered the underworld, where Apep lay in wait, eager to strike. The ancient Egyptians believed that the night was not just a peaceful rest, but a time of warfare, a fight for the survival of light itself. As Ra sailed through the treacherous waters of the underworld, Apep would rise from the depths, his enormous body churning the dark waters. With every passing night, Apep's hunger for destruction grew stronger. He wanted nothing more than to devour the sun, to plunge the world into eternal night. But Ra was not alone in this battle. He was accompanied by his trusted companions, divine beings who stood by his side as warriors. The gods would watch the waters, always alert, always ready. Among them was Set, the god of storms and deserts, a fierce and powerful force in his own right. Though Set was often seen as a chaotic figure, here, he was Ra's most loyal defender. Armed with his spear, Set would confront Apep head-on, piercing through the serpent's thick scales. The battles between Ra and Apep were not gentle clashes. They were violent, chaotic storms, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The sky itself would tremble as the serpent writhed and hissed, lashing out at Ra's ship. Lightning would crack through the darkness, winds howling like 1,000 tormented souls. In these moments, the Egyptians would listen to the thunder and believe it was the sound of Apep roaring in fury as Ra's defenders struck him down. But no matter how many times they defeated Apep, he could not be killed. He would always rise again, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next chance to strike. On some nights, Apep grew even more powerful. The winds would grow still, the air thick with tension, and the Egyptians would look to the sky, terrified of what might come. In these moments, they feared an eclipse, those dreadful times when the sun seemed to disappear, swallowed by darkness. To them, this was the moment Apep had been waiting for, a time when he had wrapped his terrible body around Ra's ship and was close to devouring the sun. Panic would sweep through the people. They would gather together, banging drums, shouting prayers, and making as much noise as possible, hoping to scare the serpent away. It was a desperate fight to save the sun, to keep the light from being extinguished forever. Apep wasn't just a serpent. He was the fear of the unknown, the terror that comes when darkness falls and you don't know if light will return. He was the chaos that threatened to undo everything, the relentless force that even God struggled to contain. And yet, Ra rose every morning. Despite the battles, despite the endless nights of fighting, the sun always returned. To the Egyptians, this was a powerful reminder of hope. No matter how strong Apep was, no matter how close he came to victory, he could never truly defeat Ra. The sun would always rise again. There was something terrifying and yet comforting in this eternal struggle. Terrifying, because the fight was never over. Apep was always there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Comforting, because no matter how many times he attacked, he never won. Ra, with his divine light, always triumphed in the end. The Egyptians knew that as long as Ra fought, as long as his light burned, they were safe. But Apep's story didn't just stay in the skies. It seeped into every part of Egyptian life. He became the embodiment of all the dangers that could threaten their world, the floods that destroyed crops, the diseases that struck without warning, the invaders that came from distant lands. Apep was in the chaos of a storm, the terror of a famine, the fear that something, somewhere, was waiting to strike. Yet, through all this, Ra's victory each morning was a reminder that even in the darkest times, light and order would prevail. There is something profoundly human about this story. It speaks to the fears we all carry, the fear of losing control, of being overwhelmed by forces we can't understand or fight. Apep was more than just a monster. He was that creeping doubt, that silent terror we all feel when life seems to spiral out of control. But Ra's journey through the underworld reminds us that even in the darkest of times, there is always a chance for light to return. The battles we fight, whether against real monsters or the ones inside ourselves, are not battles we fight alone. There is always hope, always the possibility of victory, even when the night feels endless. In the end, Apep may be the embodiment of chaos, but it's his very existence that makes Ra's light shine brighter. Without the darkness, there would be no triumph in the dawn. In the quiet of the African night, when the air is thick with warmth and the sky is speckled with stars, a faint glow drifts through the darkness. At first glance, it seems harmless, even beautiful, a small firefly, flickering softly as it moves through the trees. But in the villages of the U people, that light brings no comfort. Instead, it fills hearts with dread. Because not all fireflies are what they seem. Some carry within them something far more sinister, a creature that hungers not for nectar or fruit, but for life itself. This creature is known as the Adze. The Adze is no ordinary monster. It doesn't roar or stomp or come crashing through the forest. It slips through the night, quiet, unnoticed, like a whisper of death. In the form of a firefly, it moves undetected, creeping into homes through cracks in the walls or windows left ajar. No one ever suspects that this tiny, glowing insect could be the cause of their deepest fears. But those who have lived long enough know the truth. When people begin to grow weak, when sickness comes without warning and a once healthy child suddenly fades away, it is not chance or fate at work. It is the Adze. What makes the Adze so terrifying isn't just its power to drain the life from its victims. It is the way it hides in plain sight, taking the form of something so small, so fragile, that it is almost impossible to believe such evil could reside within. But once the Adze has found its way inside, there is little hope. It feeds quietly, slowly, over days or even weeks, taking just enough to weaken its victim, to dim the light in their eyes. By the time people realize something is wrong, it's often too late. The Adze has already claimed another life. In the villages, mothers sit by their children's beds at night, holding them close, listening to their soft breathing. They light fires to keep the darkness at bay, praying that the adze does not come. They fear the smallest flicker of light, knowing that if the adze enters, it will leave only death in its wake. Elders tell stories of those who tried to fight it, but the adze is clever, slippery. In its insect form, it is almost impossible to catch, slipping through fingers like air. And even if one did manage to swat it, the adze could shift, taking on another form, escaping to hunt again. But the adze is not just a creature of the night, confined to the shadows. If it chooses, it can shed its firefly disguise and reveal itself in a more terrifying form. It becomes something more human-like, though twisted and malevolent, a dark, vengeful spirit driven by hunger. When it takes this shape, the adze can possess people, turning them into its instruments of destruction. A person who is possessed by the adze may begin to act strangely, withdrawn, cold, consumed by dark thoughts. They may lash out at those they love, driven by the creature that now controls them. It's said that the adze can even use this host body to carry out its terrible deeds in broad daylight, hiding its evil behind the face of an innocent. For the you people, the adze is more than just a myth or a scary story told to children. It is a real, tangible danger, a reminder that not all threats can be seen or understood. Disease, famine, sudden death, all of these could be the work of the adze, lurking just out of sight, its glowing light hiding unspeakable darkness. Villagers live with this constant tension, knowing that at any moment, the adze could strike. It could be the reason a family loses their father, why a baby stops breathing in the middle of the night, why a strong, healthy woman suddenly falls ill. When someone in the village falls sick without explanation, suspicion often turns to the adze. Families gather, whispering prayers, hoping for a cure. Healers come, burning herbs and chanting over the sick, trying to drive the creature away. But the adze is elusive, slipping through their fingers like water. Some believe that only a powerful shaman can truly rid a person of the adze's curse, using ancient rituals to force the creature out. But even then, there is no guarantee. The adze always seems to return, like the darkness after the sun sets. What makes the adze's presence even more chilling is its unpredictability. Unlike other monsters, it doesn't always strike the weak or the vulnerable. It can target anyone, a beloved elder, a strong warrior, a child full of life. And when it does, it leaves families broken, communities grieving, wondering what they could have done to protect their loved ones. The adze's hunger knows no bounds, and that is what makes it so terrifying. No one is truly safe. In some stories, it is said that the adze can be stopped. If one can catch it in its human form, if they can confront the creature before it slips away again, there is a chance. But confronting the adze is no easy task. It takes courage, strength, and more than a little luck. The creature is sly, using its powers to manipulate and deceive, and those who face it often do not return. And yet, for those who have lost someone to the adze, there is no other choice. They will risk everything to end the creature's reign of terror, to save the lives of those they love. The adze is not just a creature of legend. It is a reminder of the fragility of life, of how easily the light can be extinguished. It teaches that danger doesn't always come with a roar or a warning. Sometimes, it slips in quietly, like a small, glowing firefly in the night. It's in those moments, when everything seems calm and peaceful, that the real terror begins. The adze doesn't just drain life, it takes hope, leaving behind only sorrow and fear. As the nights grow longer, and the fireflies begin to flicker in the trees, the you people watch with a cautious eye. Because they know, better than anyone, that sometimes the smallest light can carry the greatest darkness. In the dry, rugged landscape of South Africa's Richtersveld, the air feels different, thick, almost as if the earth is holding its breath. The rocks jet from the ground like ancient bones, and the caves, dark and yawning, seem to lead to places no human should ever go. Locals speak in hushed tones about these caves, warning anyone who will listen to stay away. Because deep beneath the surface, hidden in the shadows where no light dares to reach, something stirs. Something ancient. Something terrible. This is the home of the Grootslang. The Grootslang is not like any other creature. It is said to be a monster born from the Earth's very beginning, a being older than time itself. Legends say that when the world was first created, the gods made a grave mistake. In their effort to create magnificent creatures, they made the Grootslang, a terrible hybrid of immense power, with the body of a snake and the head of an elephant. Its body was long and sinuous like a serpent, able to coil through the deepest caverns, but it also possessed the strength and size of an elephant, with tusks as sharp as spears. The gods quickly realized their error. They had made the Grootslang too powerful, too unstoppable. In their panic, they tried to correct their mistake, splitting the creature into two separate beings, snakes and elephants. But one escaped. One Grootslang was left behind, hidden in the depths of the world, and it grew, feeding off the darkness, becoming more dangerous with every passing century. For generations, people have spoken of the Grootslang in whispers, their voices trembling with fear. The monster is said to dwell in the deepest caves, surrounded by riches beyond imagining. It guards its treasure fiercely, devouring anyone who dares to venture too close. It is not a creature of mercy. The Grootslang's hunger is insatiable, its wrath swift. Anyone who stumbles upon its lair does not return. The earth itself seems to hold their screams, a distant echo of terror that fades into the wind. Those who claim to have seen the Grootslang speak of its eyes, cold, gleaming, like dark pools reflecting the moon. Its gaze alone is said to freeze the blood, trapping its victims in place as it slithers closer, its massive form coiling and uncoiling with terrifying grace. The sound of its scales scraping against the rocks is a sound no one forgets. It is the sound of doom, of an ancient force waking from its slumber. There are stories of entire expeditions disappearing, swallowed by the earth as they searched for the riches the Grootslang guards. The promise of diamonds and gold has lured many into its deadly trap, for the Grootslang's lair is said to be filled with gems scattered across the floor like dust. But the treasure is a lie, a lure to draw the greedy and the foolish into the monster's grasp. Those who seek the wealth hidden in the caves often find something far worse waiting for them. Some say the Grootslang is more than just a monster of flesh and blood. It is the embodiment of nature's wrath, a reminder that there are forces in this world far beyond human understanding or control. The Richtersveld, with its harsh, unforgiving landscape, seems like the perfect place for such a creature to dwell. The land is wild, untamed, much like the monster it hides. And though the Grootslang may stay hidden most of the time, there is always the sense that it is watching, waiting. On quiet nights, when the wind dies down and the stars hang like frozen lights in the sky, some claim to hear a faint rumbling coming from deep within the earth. It's not the sound of shifting rocks or distant storms, it's something more primal, something alive. Those who hear it say it's the Grootslang, moving in its cavernous home, restless and hungry. There are tales of the monster rising from the depths in search of food, slithering out of the caves and into the night. It leaves no trail, no sign of its passing, except for the disappearances. Livestock vanishes without a trace, leaving farmers baffled and terrified. Occasionally, a traveler or lone wanderer is never seen again. Those who live near the caves know better than to go searching for answers. Some things, they say, are better left alone. Despite the fear it spreads, the Grootslang is not without a strange sense of intelligence. In some stories, it is said that the monster can be bargained with. If one offers enough riches, enough diamonds or gold, the Grootslang might spare their life. But how can anyone truly know what will appease such an ancient being? The line between greed and survival becomes blurred, and many who attempt to bargain with the Grootslang find that no amount of treasure can satisfy its hunger. The Grootslang is not a creature that roars or rages. Its terror comes from its silence, from the knowledge that it is there, somewhere beneath the ground, coiled in darkness, waiting. And it is patient. Unlike other monsters that strike with fury, the Grootslang's power lies in its ability to outlast, to wait for the perfect moment to strike. There's something chilling about the idea that such a creature could exist, something so ancient, so powerful, lurking just beneath the surface, where no light can reach. The Grootslang doesn't need to be seen to be feared. Its presence is felt in the very air, in the way the rocks seem to close in around you when you venture too far from safety, in the uneasy feeling that you are not alone. For the people who live near the Richtersveld, the groupslang is more than just a story passed down through generations. It's a reminder that the world is not entirely ours to control, that there are places where humanity has no power. It's a force that cannot be tamed, a creature that belongs to a time before men walked the earth, before the world was shaped into something we could understand. In the end, the groupslang is more than just a monster of myth. It is a symbol of the unknown, of the dangers that lie in the places we cannot see, and the depths we cannot reach. And though many may dismiss it as just a story, those who have heard the rumblings from the caves know better. Some things are real, even if you never see them. And the groupslang, ancient, patient, and terrifying, is one of them. In the dense, shadowy forests of Ghana, there is an eerie stillness that descends with the night. The trees stand tall, their branches weaving together like a thick canopy, casting long, dark shadows on the forest floor. There is a feeling that something is watching, hidden in the treetops, waiting. The people of the Ashanti know these woods well, and they know better than to walk through them after dusk. For in those trees, with legs hanging eerily down, there lurks a creature whose very presence makes the heart pound with fear, the Sasabonsum. The Sasabonsum is no ordinary vampire. It doesn't glide through the night like a wisp of smoke, nor does it hide in the shadows like a predator stalking its prey. Instead, it makes its home high above the ground, perching in the trees, where it watches. Its legs are long, unnaturally so, dangling down from the branches, swaying ever so slightly in the breeze, a silent warning to those who wander too close. It doesn't need to chase you. It waits. What makes the Sasabonsum so terrifying is the way it blends into its surroundings. The forest is its hunting ground, and it knows every inch of it, every hidden path and secret hollow. Those long, dangling legs can easily be mistaken for branches or vines until it's too late. By the time you notice the difference, by the time you realize that the trees themselves are not what they seem, the Sasabonsum has already made its move. There is a chilling stillness before the attack, a silence that seems to press in on you from all sides. Then, with a sudden, bone-chilling speed, the Sasabonsum drops from the trees, its grotesque form unfurling as it descends. Its skin is dark, blending perfectly with the night, and its eyes, burning with a hunger that has lasted for centuries, glint with a cold, malevolent light. The creature moves with an unnerving grace, its long arms reaching out, its sharp claws gleaming in the moonlight. It's not the speed of the Sasabonsum that is most terrifying, nor the sharpness of its claws. It is the sheer malevolence that radiates from it, the sense that this creature is not driven by hunger alone, but by a dark, ancient desire to cause suffering. The Sasabonsum doesn't just drain the blood of its victims. It toys with them, dragging them into the forest's depths where no one will hear their screams. Stories of the Sasabonsum have been passed down for generations, and every Ashanti child grows up hearing the warnings. Stay out of the forest at night, the elders say. Don't wander too far from the village. Don't look up at the trees if you hear something rustling above. But even with these warnings, the Sasabonsum's victims are often the curious, the ones who think they can outsmart the stories, the ones who believe that the old tales are just myths to keep them in line. They learn too late that the stories are all too real. The Sasabonsum is more than just a creature of folklore. It is a predator, one that has adapted perfectly to its environment. Its long legs allow it to move effortlessly between the trees, climbing higher and higher, while its sharp fangs and claws make it a fearsome opponent for anyone unlucky enough to cross its path. But its real power lies in the fear it inspires. The Sasabonsum doesn't need to strike often. It knows that the mere threat of its presence is enough to keep the people of the Ashanti village on edge, always watching the trees, always listening for that soft, rustling sound that could mean death is near. There are some who claim to have seen the Sasabonsum and lived to tell the tale. They speak of its hideous grin, of teeth sharp and jagged, stained with the blood of past victims. They describe the way its legs seem to stretch forever, hanging down from the treetops, swaying like dark, twisted vines. These survivors never speak lightly of their encounters. The fear in their voices, the haunted look in their eyes, is enough to make anyone believe in the monster that haunts the forest. For those who have lost loved ones to the Sasabonsum, there is no peace. The forest becomes a place of mourning, a reminder of what was taken from them. The creature's victims are rarely found, but when they are, the sight is enough to strike terror into the hearts of even the bravest hunters. The bodies are pale, drained of life, their expressions frozen in the final moments of horror. But the Sasabonsum is not without its weaknesses. Some believe that its power comes from the forest itself, that it draws strength from the trees and the earth around it. There are rituals, ancient and forgotten by most, that are said to protect against the creature. Some carry charms made from special herbs, while others burn certain plants to keep the Sasabonsum at bay. But these protections are not always foolproof, and many who have tried to ward off the creature have still fallen victim to its relentless hunger. In the Ashanti culture, the Sasabonsum is more than just a monster. It is a reminder of the darkness that exists in the world, of the dangers that lurk in the places we cannot see. It teaches a lesson of caution, of respect for the natural world and the forces that inhabit it. The Sasabonsum is not a creature that can be tamed or reasoned with. It is a force of nature, wild and unpredictable, with a hunger that can never be satisfied. And so, the people of the Ashanti continue to live in the shadow of the Sasabonsum. They tend to their crops, care for their families, and live their lives as best they can. But always, there is the unspoken understanding that the forest is not theirs alone. It belongs to the Sasabonsum, and in the darkness of the trees, its legs still dangle, waiting for the next unlucky soul to wander too close. The village lay quiet under the pale winter moon, the air thick with fear. Doors were bolted, windows covered with thick, woven mats, and not a soul stirred outside. The elders had warned everyone to stay indoors, to keep the fires burning, and to make no sound. Because tonight was the night. The night when Nyen would come. Nyen was not just a story to the villagers, it was a living nightmare, a beast that haunted their darkest hours. With the turn of the year, as the winter cold bit deeper and deeper, the monster would awaken. No one knew exactly where Nyen came from. Some said it emerged from the depths of the sea, others claimed it slumbered deep within the mountains, but all agreed on one thing: when it came, it brought terror with it. The creature's form was like nothing else, massive and terrifying. Its body was covered in thick, impenetrable scales that gleamed in the moonlight like armor. Its teeth were jagged, sharp enough to tear through flesh with ease, and its claws could shred wood and stone alike. But it wasn't just Nyen's size or its ferocity that made it so terrifying. It was the way it moved, silent, except for the low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. And its eyes, those glowing, fiery eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness, seeking out any sign of life, any hint of movement. The people lived in constant fear of Nyen, for each year, it would descend upon their village and leave devastation in its wake. Livestock would be slaughtered, crops destroyed, and those unlucky enough to be caught outside would vanish without a trace. The villagers knew they were powerless against it. No weapon could pierce its hide, no walls could keep it out. So they hid, praying that Nyen would pass by without noticing them. On the worst of nights, the villagers would hear the distant rumble of the beast's footsteps, the earth trembling as it approached. They would cling to their families, holding their breath as Nyen prowled through the village, its heavy breathing filling the night. The scratching of its claws against the ground, the deep, guttural growl, it was enough to freeze the blood in their veins. But Nyen didn't always leave the village unscathed. There were times when the monster's hunger was too great, when it would smash through doors and windows, dragging its victims out into the cold, their screams echoing in the stillness of the night. It didn't matter how fast they ran, how hard they fought. Nyen was unstoppable, a force of nature that no one could escape. Year after year, the same story repeated itself. The villagers would prepare as best they could, fortifying their homes, hiding away, hoping that this year would be different. But deep down, they knew there was no escaping Nyen's wrath. The beast's hunger was too strong, its power too great. But one year, something changed. It is said that an old man, a wanderer who had traveled far and wide, came to the village just before the new year. He was unlike anyone the villagers had ever seen, with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. When the villagers warned him of Nyen, urging him to stay inside with them, he simply smiled and told them not to worry. The villagers were baffled. How could this old man be so calm when Nyen's arrival was so near? That night, as the village huddled in fear, the old man stayed outside. He stood in the village square, his face calm and untroubled, while the villagers trembled in their homes. And then, they heard it, the rumble of Nyen's approach, the ground shaking as the beast drew near. The old man did not flee. Instead, he lit a bright fire, the flames roaring high into the sky. He took out strips of red cloth and hung them all around the village square, their bright color vivid against the dark night. Then, he began to beat a drum, the sound loud and sharp, echoing through the village. When Nyen arrived, its fiery eyes blazing with hunger, something strange happened. The beast stopped, its massive body tensing, its eyes flicking around the square. It growled, low and menacing, but it did not move forward. The villagers watched from their windows, their hearts pounding, as the beast hesitated for the first time. It seemed confused, unsettled by the bright flames, the loud sounds, and the flashes of red. Nyen snarled, pacing back and forth, but it did not attack. The old man continued to drum, his movements steady and unwavering. And slowly, ever so slowly, Nyen began to back away. Its growls grew softer, its movements more uncertain. And then, with a final snarl, the beast turned and fled into the night, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had come. The villagers could hardly believe their eyes. For the first time in living memory, Nyen had been driven away. The next morning, they gathered around the old man, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. He explained that Nyen, for all its power, was afraid of three things: loud noises, bright lights, and the color red. These simple things, he said, could keep the beast at bay. From that day forward, the villagers celebrated the new year not with fear, but with joy. They hung red lanterns and banners outside their homes, set off firecrackers to scare away the beast, and lit bright fires to keep the darkness at bay. The story of Nyen became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even the greatest fears could be overcome with courage and wisdom. Though Nyen's name still sends a shiver down the spine of those who hear it, the people no longer cower in fear. The beast that once terrorized them has become a part of their history, a tale told to children as they gather around the New Year fire, their eyes wide with wonder. The night that was once filled with terror is now filled with celebration, the air alive with the sound of firecrackers and the glow of red lanterns hanging from every home. And so, the memory of Nyen lives on, not as a creature of fear, but as a reminder of the power of unity, bravery, and the strength found in even the simplest of things. The wind howled through the mountains, a low, mournful wail that echoed off the jagged rocks. In the distance, thunder rumbled, but there was no storm, no rain. Only the sound of the earth itself groaning under the weight of something dark, something ancient. The villagers knew that sound well. They had heard it before, many times. It was the sound that filled their hearts with dread, the sound that made them lock their doors and whisper hurried prayers. It was the sound that signaled the approach of the Oni. In the old stories, the Oni are described as demons, creatures of immense size and terrifying power. Their bodies are hulking, with muscles rippling under their thick, coarse skin, which is often painted in vibrant hues of red or blue. But it's their faces that strike the most fear into the hearts of those who hear of them. Their eyes are wild and feral, burning with an unnatural fire, and their mouths are filled with sharp, jagged teeth, grinning with the promise of violence. And then, there are the horns, great, twisted things that curl from their foreheads, marking them as beings from a world far more dangerous than our own. The Oni are not mere monsters, they are embodiments of evil itself. They bring destruction wherever they go, wielding giant clubs made of iron that can crush bones with a single swing. These demons do not discriminate in their cruelty. They target the weak and the strong alike, feasting on fear, relishing the suffering they cause. The villagers speak of how an Oni's laugh echoes in the night, a deep, guttural sound that chills the soul. It's said that once you hear that laugh, it's already too late. The legend of the Oni stretches back for centuries, and at every story, there is a feeling of hopelessness. There is no reasoning with an Oni, no mercy in their blood. Their hatred is boundless, their hunger insatiable. They come down from the mountains or rise from the darkest depths of the forest, where they have waited, biding their time until they are ready to strike. And when they do, it is swift, brutal, and final. One of the most famous tales of the Oni is that of Shitandoji, the leader of a fearsome band of these demon ogres. He was not just another brute with horns and a club. Shitandoji was cunning, cruel, and unstoppable. Hidden away in a remote fortress, he ruled over a horde of Oni, terrorizing the land for years. No one was safe from his wrath. Young women from nearby villages would disappear, taken to his lair, never to be seen again. His name alone was enough to send waves of terror through entire provinces. Mothers would hold their children close, whispering warnings, hoping that their words could somehow protect them from the horror that lurked beyond their doors. Shitandoji's reign of terror seemed unbreakable. Many brave warriors had tried to confront him, but none returned. The Oni were too strong, too savage, and their leader was the worst of them all. Yet, in the darkest hour, a glimmer of hope emerged. A group of legendary warriors, led by Minamoto no Yorimitsu, devised a plan to bring down Shitandoji once and for all. But they knew brute strength alone wouldn't be enough to defeat such a powerful foe. Dressed as monks, they ventured into the Oni's lair, bringing with them sake laced with a powerful poison. Shitandoji, in his arrogance, welcomed the warriors, believing them to be harmless travelers. The sake flowed, the Oni drank deeply, and for the first time, Shitandoji let his guard down. When he finally realized the truth, it was too late. Weakened by the poison, the demon leader was vulnerable, and the warriors struck. Even in his weakened state, Shitandoji fought with ferocity, his blood-curdling roars shaking the very walls of his fortress. But in the end, the combined strength and courage of the warriors triumphed, and Shitandoji was beheaded, his reign of terror finally brought to an end. Yet, even after death, Shitandoji's severed head remained a threat. As the legend goes, his head tried to bite Yorimitsu, the man who had slain him, even as it lay separated from its body. Such was the power of the Oni, a power so deep, so rooted in hatred, that even death could not fully contain it. But Shitandoji was just one of many Oni, and his fall did not mean the end of their terror. The Oni are forces of chaos, reminders that evil can take many forms, and that it can strike when least expected. They are symbols of the darkness that resides not just in the mountains or the forests, but in the hearts of men as well. In times of war, famine, or disaster, the Oni are always there, lurking at the edges, waiting to take advantage of human weakness and despair. The people of Japan learned to protect themselves in whatever small ways they could. Villagers would place beans outside their doors during Setsubun, a tradition meant to drive the Oni away. Children would laugh and throw roasted soybeans, chanting Oni wa Soto. Fuku wa uchi. Demons out. Fortune in. Hoping that this simple act could keep the darkness at bay for another year. It was a small act of defiance, a way for the people to reclaim a bit of power in a world where so much was beyond their control. But the fear of the Oni never truly leaves. Their stories have been passed down through generations, not just as fairy tales, but as warnings. Even now, when the moon hangs low and the wind carries that strange, hollow sound through the trees, people pause. They remember the tales told by their grandparents, the warnings whispered by the fire, and for a moment, they wonder if the Oni are still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to return. Because that's the thing about the Oni, they are not just monsters of the past. They are the embodiment of every fear, every unspoken dread. They are the dark corners of our minds, the primal terror that comes when we are alone in the night. And though we may tell ourselves that the stories are just that, stories, there is always a small part of us that wonders. What if? What if the Oni are still here, waiting in the shadows, their horns gleaming, their claws ready to strike? What if, even now, they are watching? In the stillness of night, when the world seems at rest, there is an ancient terror that stirs in the shadows, one that wears many faces. In the quiet corners of villages, in the dense forests where no human dares tread alone, and in the darkest depths of your own heart, the Rakshasas lie in wait. They are not like other monsters. Rakshasas do not announce their presence with brute force or monstrous howls. They do not lumber through the forests or tear down walls with their claws. Instead, they slip into your life like a whisper, a shadow at the edge of your vision, a figure that seems too familiar, too real. And that is their true power, their ability to change, to deceive. One moment, they are a trusted friend, the next, they are the embodiment of pure evil, claws gleaming in the moonlight, their laughter cold and sharp like broken glass. The Rakshasa can be anyone. They can take on any form they wish, and this is where the terror begins. You may think you know the person sitting beside you, sharing food, laughing with you. But then, a flicker in their eyes, something that feels off, something that makes your heart race without knowing why. A smile that seems too wide, too perfect, too hungry. That's when you realize, this isn't who you thought it was. That's when you realize, this isn't who you thought it was. This is something much worse. In Hindu mythology, the Rakshasas are born of dark desires, malevolent spirits twisted by hatred and greed. They were once divine beings, but their corruption led them down a path of destruction. Now, they exist to cause suffering, delighting in tormenting the innocent and the righteous. It is said that they can change their form at will, slipping in and out of disguises so convincingly that even the gods themselves can be deceived. And their cruelty knows no bounds. In some stories, a Rakshasa might take the form of a beautiful woman, luring men into the forest with promises of love and warmth, only to reveal its true form in the final moment, an abomination with sharp fangs, eyes burning with hatred, and a hunger for human flesh. In other tales, they appear as trusted sages or wise men, offering guidance and knowledge, leading kings and warriors astray with poisonous advice, setting kingdoms on the path to ruin. They feed not only on flesh but on fear, on the chaos they sow. There is a story of a Rakshasa named Maricha, who took on many forms to achieve his goals. He once transformed into a golden deer, a creature so mesmerizing, so otherworldly, that even Sita, the wife of Lord Rama, was enchanted by its beauty. She begged her husband to capture it for her, not knowing the deadly trick that lay in Maricha's heart. As Rama pursued the deer deep into the forest, Maricha's plan unraveled, a plan that led to Sita's kidnapping, her tears, and an epic war that would shake the heavens themselves. Maricha's cruelty lay not just in the destruction he caused, but in the way he played with hearts, tearing families apart with nothing but illusions and lies. But not all Rakshasas are creatures of disguise alone. When the need for deception fades, their true forms are revealed in all their horror, towering giants with sharp claws, eyes that glow like embers, and voices that shake the very ground. Some Rakshasas are depicted with multiple heads, their faces twisted into permanent snarls of rage and hunger. Their bodies are covered in blood, the remnants of their countless victims. When they choose to reveal themselves in this form, their strength is unmatched, and their cruelty knows no bounds. And yet, for all their might and power, Rakshasas are driven by a singular, terrifying purpose, to feed on the terror of mankind, to corrupt what is good and noble, and to drag it down into the darkness with them. They find joy in despair, and watching the light of hope flicker out in the eyes of those they torment. In the great epics of India, such as the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, the Rakshasas are the adversaries that heroes must face not only with weapons, but with wit, courage, and unwavering faith. Lord Rama, the hero of the Ramayana, faced countless Rakshasas on his journey to rescue his beloved Sita from the clutches of Ravana, the king of the Rakshasas. Ravana was no ordinary demon, he was a creature of immense power and intellect, a being who had once pleased the gods but had fallen to his own pride and desire for domination. Ravana was a Rakshasa in every sense, cunning, ruthless, and powerful beyond measure. He ruled over the island of Lanka, where he kept Sita prisoner, confident that no force on earth could stand against him. His strength was legendary, his intellect unmatched, but his cruelty, his ability to twist the truth and manipulate the minds of even the wisest, was what made him truly dangerous. He used his powers not just to conquer lands, but to break the spirits of those who opposed him, forcing them to question their very beliefs and their strength. But the Rakshasas' greatest weakness is their pride. For all their power, they are not invincible. They can be defeated, but it takes more than swords and arrows to bring them down. It takes a pure heart, a mind that sees through their deceptions, and the courage to stand against the darkness, no matter how overwhelming it may seem. In the end, Lord Rama defeated Ravana, not just with his divine weapons, but with his unshakable sense of duty, his love for Sita, and his unwavering commitment to righteousness. Even though the stories of Rakshasas are ancient, their presence lingers. They are the fears we carry within us, the fear of being deceived, of being betrayed by those we trust. They are the whispers in the night, the shadows that flicker just out of sight. They remind us that evil doesn't always come with a roar or a battle cry. Sometimes, it comes with a smile, a kind word, a familiar face. And that is what makes the Rakshasas so terrifying. They are not just monsters from an ancient past. They are the shapeless, formless fears that live within us all. The fear that the world is not as it seems, that those we love may not be who we think they are, that the ground beneath our feet is not as solid as we hope. The Rakshasa waits, ever-changing, ever-watching, and in the darkest moments, when the heart is most vulnerable, they strike. In the quiet of the night, when the village is wrapped in slumber and only the faint rustling of leaves fills the air, there is a fear that rises from the shadows. It's a fear older than memory, something that creeps beneath the skin and tightens in the chest. It is in these silent hours that the Aswang stirs, slipping into the dark, unseen but always near. The Aswang is not like any other creature. It is not just a vampire, nor merely a witch. It is something more terrifying, a shapeshifter, a monster that can take many forms, each more horrifying than the last. It can be the wind that rattles the windows, the stray dog that slinks too close to your door, or even the neighbor you thought you knew. The Aswang hides in plain sight, waiting, watching, blending into the lives of ordinary people until it chooses to strike. For those who grow up in the Philippines, the stories of the Aswang are whispered warnings, carried through generations. It is said that during the day, the Aswang walks among the living, disguised as an ordinary person, perhaps even a kind and helpful one. You might pass them in the market, exchange a few words, and think nothing of it. But when the sun dips below the horizon, when the light fades and the shadows grow long, the true nature of the Aswang reveals itself. By night, the Aswang changes. It becomes something else entirely, sometimes a bird with sharp talons and blood-red eyes, other times a grotesque creature with a long, thin tongue that slips through cracks in walls to feed on the blood of the unsuspecting. There are even tales of Aswangs transforming into large, terrifying dogs or wild boars, prowling the streets, searching for their next victim. But the most chilling form of the Aswang is not its appearance, terrifying as that may be, but its insidious ability to deceive. It can mimic the voices of loved ones, call your name from the darkness in a tone so familiar it makes you turn, unaware of the danger that lurks just behind. It can wear the face of a friend, or even that of a family member, leaving you to question who is real and who is not. The Aswang is not a monster that preys on just anyone. It is drawn to the weak, the vulnerable, the pregnant woman whose unborn child it seeks to devour, or the sick and elderly who can't fight back. Its hunger is endless, and its methods are cruel. Some say the Aswang uses its long, sharp tongue to suck the life from its victims without leaving a trace. Others claim it feeds on human flesh, taking its fill under the cover of night before disappearing into the mist before dawn breaks. For villagers, the signs of an Aswang's presence are subtle but unmistakable. The sudden death of animals, the strange, hollow cries in the night, the feeling that something is watching you even when you're alone. Sometimes, there are stories of people vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only questions and fear. And always, the Aswang is suspected. Despite its terrible powers, the Aswang is not invincible. Folklore tells of ways to protect yourself, to keep the creature at bay. Salt is said to burn its skin, garlic wards it off, and holy objects like crosses or rosaries are supposed to keep it from entering homes. In some regions, the use of blessed oils or potions can reveal the true form of an Aswang, forcing it to show itself in its monstrous state. But these protections are fragile, and those who know the Aswang's cunning understand that it can strike in ways that defy even the strongest defenses. One of the most unsettling aspects of the Aswang is the way it lingers in the mind. It is not just the monster that terrifies, it's the uncertainty, the idea that evil can wear any face. A smile can hide fangs, a soft voice can carry venom, and even the most trusted companion could be the one waiting to tear you apart. It is this sense of betrayal, of never truly knowing who or what you are dealing with, that makes the Aswang so much more than just a monster. In many villages, especially in rural areas, the Aswang remains a part of everyday life. People avoid traveling alone at night, children are told to stay indoors after sunset, and even the bravest men hesitate to enter the woods after dark. There are still those who speak of encounters with the creature, of hearing its low, guttural growl in the distance or catching a glimpse of its shape-shifting form out of the corner of their eye. And though the Aswang is feared, it is also respected. It represents the darkness that lives not just in the night, but in the hearts of people. The Aswang is a reminder that evil can be closer than we think, that it can hide behind the most ordinary of masks. It taps into the fear of the unknown, of the hidden dangers that exist in the most familiar places. There is a story of a woman who lived alone in a small village. She was known for her kindness, her gentle ways, and her ability to heal the sick. People trusted her, and she was a beloved figure in the community. But as the years passed, strange things began to happen. Livestock would go missing, children would wake in the night screaming of nightmares, and the wind seemed to carry an eerie, unnatural sound. One evening, a group of villagers decided to investigate. They approached the woman's home, armed with garlic and crosses, ready to confront whatever evil had befallen their village. As they entered her home, they found it empty. But in the corner, beneath a pile of old rags, they discovered a box, inside, the bones of the missing livestock and a strange, foul-smelling liquid. The villagers realized too late that the kind woman they had trusted for so long was not who she appeared to be. She was an Aswang, and she had been living among them for years, feeding on their animals, perhaps even their own loved ones. That night, she disappeared, leaving nothing behind but fear and doubt. The villagers never saw her again, but the damage was done. Trust was shattered, and the fear of the Aswang remained, as it always does, lurking just beneath the surface. The Aswang is a creature of nightmares, but it is also a reflection of human nature. It reminds us that the greatest danger is not always the one we see, but the one that hides in plain sight, waiting for the moment when we are most vulnerable. In the end, the Aswang is not just a monster of folklore, it is the embodiment of our deepest fears, the ones we can never quite shake, no matter how safe we think we are. In the vast, barren stretches of the Gobi Desert, where the sand dunes ripple endlessly beneath the scorching sun and the winds howl through the emptiness, there exists a fear that no one dares speak too loudly of. The desert itself, with its endless heat and desolation, is terrifying enough, but it is not the harsh climate that fills people with dread. It is something far worse, something unseen, something that moves beneath the sand. The Mongolian deathworm. The stories of the deathworm have traveled through generations, whispered by the nomads who brave the desert's heart. It is said that this creature, though rarely seen, is one of the deadliest beings to ever crawl across the earth. Not because of its size, it is no towering beast, but because of its unimaginable power. The Mongolian deathworm is described as being about 4 feet long, blood-red in color, with a thick, snake-like body that writhes through the sand like a ripple of death. But what truly makes it terrifying is not its appearance. It is the way it kills. There is no warning when the deathworm strikes. One moment, you are standing in the stillness of the desert, feeling the weight of the heat press down on you, and the next, you are gasping for breath as your body convulses in agony. The deathworm doesn't need to touch you to kill you. It spits venom so deadly that even a drop can end a life in seconds. Worse still, there are stories that claim the creature can generate electrical shocks, strong enough to paralyze its prey from a distance, leaving them helpless as it approaches, slow and deliberate. You won't hear it coming. There is no sound, no rustle to warn you. The sand shifts, the air grows heavy, and then, it's too late. The deathworm's venom, some say, burns like acid, eating away at the flesh, while the victim is still alive, the pain unbearable. Others tell of a strange paralysis, a cold numbness that spreads through the body, freezing the heart mid-beat, leaving the victim to die slowly, their final moments filled with fear as they feel life slipping away. But the horror doesn't end there. The Mongolian deathworm is not a creature that simply kills for survival. It is said to strike without warning, without reason, and without mercy. It doesn't hunt for food, nor does it kill out of fear. Its presence in the desert feels more like a curse, a living embodiment of the harsh and unforgiving nature of the Gobi itself. The nomads speak of it with reverence and terror, knowing that the desert is its domain, and those who cross into it risk becoming just another body buried beneath the sand. There is a story of a group of travelers, long ago, who ventured too far into the desert in search of hidden treasures said to be buried deep within the Gobi's dunes. They were well prepared, armed with water, supplies, and guides who knew the land. But the desert does not forgive greed. On the third day of their journey, as they set up camp for the night, something strange began to happen. The air became thick, almost oppressive, as if the very desert itself was holding its breath. The camels, normally calm and obedient, grew restless, snorting and pulling at their reins, their eyes wide with an unspoken fear. The guides, seasoned men who had crossed the desert many times before, exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard the stories of the deathworm, but none had ever encountered it. Until that night. As the sun sank behind the dunes, casting long, eerie shadows across the sand, one of the men screamed. The others turned to see him convulsing on the ground, his skin turning a sickly shade of gray. His hands clawed at his throat, but no sound came from his lips. He was dead within moments. The others barely had time to react before the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse, a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration. And then it came, a flash of movement, something red and glistening just below the surface of the sand. The Mongolian deathworm. Panic set in. They scrambled to their feet, but the desert offered no refuge. Another man fell, this time clutching his leg, where a single drop of venom had landed. The skin blistered and bubbled, his cries echoing in the still night air before fading into silence. The guides shouted for everyone to run, but the desert stretches on forever, and the deathworm moves through it like a shadow, silent, swift, and unstoppable. By morning, only 2 of the travelers made it out alive, their minds shattered by the horrors they had witnessed. They spoke of the deathworm in hushed tones, their eyes wide with the memory of its venom, its deadly charge, and the feeling of helplessness as it moved beneath the sand, unseen but always there. Some say that the Mongolian deathworm is not just a creature, but a force of nature, a manifestation of the Gobi Desert's hostility toward life. It is a reminder that some places on Earth are not meant for humans to tread, that there are powers older and far more dangerous than we can ever imagine. The desert is not just a sea of sand, it is alive with mysteries, and the Mongolian deathworm is its most terrifying secret. There are those who have tried to find it, to capture it or study it. Scientists, explorers, adventurers, they have all searched for the creature, hoping to uncover its secrets. But the desert does not give up its mysteries so easily. The deathworm remains elusive, a ghost in the sands, a nightmare that refuses to be caught. And those who seek it often find only death, their bodies left to be swallowed by the shifting dunes. Even today, the nomads of the Gobi refuse to speak its name aloud, for fear of calling it forth. They live by the rules of the desert, respecting its dangers, knowing that the Mongolian deathworm is always there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting. Always waiting. So, if you ever find yourself in the vast, endless expanse of the Gobi Desert, remember this: the Mongolian deathworm does not care who you are or why you've come. It is the silent terror of the sands, and when it strikes, there is no escape. The desert listens, the winds carry its warning, and beneath your feet, something moves. Something ancient. Something deadly. In the darkened corners of Balinese mythology, where shadows stretch long and the air feels thick with unspoken fear, there exists a figure who is more than a mere villain. She is Ramda, the demon queen, a name that sends shivers through the hearts of those who hear it. Her legend is not one of simple evil but of sorrow, rage, and the consuming darkness that festers within a soul scorned. Ramda is often described as a terrifying widow, her hair wild and unkempt, her eyes burning with hatred, her long, clawed fingers ready to tear apart anyone who dares to cross her. She is no ordinary witch, her presence chills the air, and her very name causes tremors in the earth. In Balinese culture, she stands as the embodiment of chaos, destruction, and untamed, furious power. But her story begins with pain that runs deeper than most can comprehend. Ramda was once a queen, a woman of high standing, a mother. But her life was torn apart by betrayal, and it was this betrayal that turned her heart cold and blackened her soul. She lost everything, including her child, and with this loss came the birth of a fury so intense, it could no longer be contained within the limits of her human form. This grief, this burning sorrow, transformed her. She became something else, something far more dangerous, a demon with a thirst for vengeance. They say that Ramda's appearance is a reflection of her inner torment. Her face, twisted with malice and anguish, is the face of someone who has suffered beyond what words can express. Her tongue, long and forked, flickers like a snake's, and her fangs, sharp and deadly, protrude from her mouth, ready to sink into the flesh of anyone who defies her. But it's her eyes that truly terrify. They blaze with an unquenchable fire, a reminder of the hatred that fuels her every move. It is said that Ramda commands legions of spirits, the Layak, who carry out her bidding with a cruelty that mirrors her own. These Layak are her children in darkness, the twisted remnants of her maternal instincts, corrupted by grief. They are shapeshifters, much like Ramda herself, able to transform into animals, fire, or even the dead. Under her command, they prowl the land, bringing sickness, misfortune, and death wherever they go. And Ramda revels in their destruction, her vengeance against the world for the pain it has caused her. Her most famous battles are fought against Barong, a creature of purity and light, a lion-like guardian who stands in stark opposition to Ramda's malevolent nature. Where Ramda seeks to destroy, Barong seeks to protect. The two are forever locked in an eternal struggle, their battles symbolic of the balance between good and evil, chaos and order, light and darkness. In Balinese dance performances, their epic battles are brought to life in a way that leaves audiences breathless. Ramda, draped in flowing black robes, moves with an otherworldly grace, her long nails scraping against the air as she curses her enemies. Barong, glowing with a soft, radiant light, dances with equal grace, his every movement imbued with the strength of 1,000 suns. Their clash is a dance of power, and neither side ever truly wins. But there is a part of Ramda's story that strikes at the heart. Beneath her terrifying exterior, beneath the anger and the hatred, there lingers a sense of deep, overwhelming sorrow. She is not evil for the sake of being evil. She is a soul broken by loss, consumed by the darkness that comes from feeling abandoned, rejected, and cast out. Her rage is fueled by a pain so profound that it has transformed her into the monster she has become. There are whispers that Ramda's true power comes not from her magical abilities or her control over the Layak, but from the fear she instills in the hearts of those who hear her name. She is a reminder of the raw, unchecked power of grief and the destruction that follows when sorrow turns to rage. Her story resonates with the fragility of the human spirit, the way love, when lost, can twist into something dark and terrifying. The villagers of Bali, who know her legend well, believe that Ramda is always watching, lurking at the edges of their world. She is a symbol of the dangers that come when darkness takes root in a person's heart. During certain ceremonies, offerings are made to appease her spirit, to keep her wrath at bay. It is said that even though Barong continually battles her, Ramda's influence can never be fully eradicated. She is an enduring force, as eternal as the night itself. For some, Ramda is not just a story. She is a living entity, a presence felt in the cold winds that blow through the mountains, in the strange, unsettling dreams that come without warning, in the shadows that seem to grow longer after the sun sets. Her power is real, her rage eternal. And it is this rage, born from love and loss, that makes her one of the most terrifying figures in Balinese mythology. But for all her darkness, Ramda is also a figure of immense power. Her story teaches the people of Bali the importance of balance, of acknowledging the pain and suffering that exist in the world without letting it consume them. She reminds them that even the greatest love can lead to destruction if it is not tempered by understanding and acceptance. Ramda's existence, though terrifying, serves as a warning of the dangers of letting grief turn to anger and anger to hatred. In the end, Ramda is a figure to be feared, but also pitied. Her monstrous appearance, her terrifying power, and her thirst for revenge are all symptoms of a deeper pain, a pain that has shaped her into the demon queen, a widow haunted by the loss of everything she once held dear. And as she battles Barong again and again, locked in their eternal struggle, one cannot help but wonder if there is a part of Ramda that longs for release from the darkness that has consumed her. But until that day comes, her shadow will continue to haunt the villages of Bali, her name spoken only in whispers, as the people wait for the next time she rises from the depths of her sorrow to remind the world of her terrifying, heart-wrenching power. In the heart of an ancient labyrinth, where the walls twisted endlessly and the air felt thick with despair, there lived a creature whose very existence was a tragedy. The Minotaur, half bull and half man, was not born into a world of love or understanding. His life was a prison from the very moment he opened his eyes, trapped not just within the maze that was built around him but within a body that marked him as a monster. The story of the Minotaur begins with betrayal and punishment. King Minos of Crete, in a moment of arrogance, had displeased the gods, and in return, they cast upon him a curse that would forever stain his lineage. His wife, Queen Pasiphae, was driven to madness by divine will, and she gave birth to a child who was neither fully man nor fully beast, a creature that would forever be a symbol of shame and fear. This child, with the body of a man and the head of a bull, was named Asterius, though the world would come to know him simply as the Minotaur. From the start, there was no place for him in the palace, no place for him among the people. His very existence was an abomination to the court, a living reminder of the king's failures. He was hidden away, his cries echoing through the halls as he was taken from the arms of his mother and cast into the darkness. But even the shadows could not hide him for long. Fearful of what the Minotaur could become, King Minos ordered the construction of a labyrinth so vast and complex that no one who entered would ever find their way out. This maze, designed by the genius Daedalus, was to be the Minotaur's prison, a place where he could never escape, and where no one would ever have to face the horror of his presence. And so, the Minotaur was led into the labyrinth, a place of endless stone walls and dead ends, where the sky could never be seen, and the sun never reached. As the years passed, the Minotaur grew. Isolated and forgotten, his once human nature faded, replaced by something far darker. Hunger gnawed at him, both physical and emotional. He craved not just food but the warmth of connection, the kindness of another being's touch. But all that came to him was fear, for King Minos had decreed that every 9 years, 7 young men and 7 young women from Athens would be sent into the labyrinth as a sacrifice. They were sent to die, their lives offered up to appease the monster within. When they entered the maze, these youths, innocent and terrified, were forced to wander the twisting paths, knowing that death was stalking them. They could hear the Minotaur's heavy breathing echoing through the corridors, feel the vibrations of his massive hooves as they struck the ground. Some would scream, others would weep, but all would meet the same fate. The Minotaur, driven mad by his isolation, would hunt them down, one by one. He was no longer the child born of a cursed union, he had become the beast they feared. Yet, as much as the people of Crete and Athens feared the Minotaur, there was a deep sorrow in his existence. The Minotaur did not choose this life, did not ask for this cruel fate. He was a creature born into darkness, thrust into a world that had no place for him. His violence was a reflection of his torment, his savagery a mirror of the pain he carried within. He was not just a monster, he was a soul trapped in an endless cycle of despair, a prisoner in both body and mind. Then came the day when a new sacrifice entered the labyrinth, but this time, things would be different. Theseus, the prince of Athens, was among those chosen to face the Minotaur. But Theseus was not like the others, he did not enter the maze to die. Armed with courage, intelligence, and the help of Princess Ariadne, King Minos's daughter, Theseus had a plan. Ariadne, moved by love for Theseus and a desire to see the cycle of suffering end, gave him a thread to unravel as he ventured into the labyrinth so he could find his way back out. The clash between Theseus and the Minotaur was inevitable. In the heart of the labyrinth, where darkness swallowed every whisper of light, the two met. Theseus, young and brave, saw the Minotaur for what he was, not just a beast, but a creature shaped by cruelty and despair. But there was no room for mercy in this encounter. For Theseus, defeating the Minotaur was not just about survival, it was about ending the reign of terror that had gripped his people for so long. The battle was fierce, the Minotaur's strength unmatched, his rage boiling over from years of abandonment. But Theseus, agile and determined, struck with precision, and with a single, fatal blow, the Minotaur fell. His body, massive and fearsome, collapsed to the ground, but in his death, there was no triumph, no sense of victory. There was only silence, a silence that echoed through the labyrinth as the monster, who had once been a child, breathed his last. In that moment, the labyrinth itself seemed to mourn, its walls holding the memory of all the lives lost within. Theseus, clutching the thread that led him back to the surface, left behind not just the body of the Minotaur, but the weight of a story filled with sorrow and injustice. The monster was dead, but the tragedy of his life could never be erased. The Minotaur's tale is one of the saddest in Greek mythology. His monstrous form hid the truth of what he really was, a being who never had a chance to be anything other than what the world forced him to become. Trapped in a labyrinth of stone and despair, he was both victim and villain, a creature whose story haunts the hearts of those who hear it. The labyrinth was his prison, but the true prison was the cruelty of a fate he could never escape. In the cold, silent nights of Norway, when the moon hides behind thick clouds and the wind whistles through the fjords, there is an ancient fear that lingers in the hearts of the people. A fear of creatures as old as the mountains themselves, beings who have watched the world change from their hidden lairs deep within the crags and caves. These are the trolls, towering giants of stone and earth, with eyes that glow like embers and hearts as cold as the frozen landscape they call home. The trolls are not just creatures of legend, they are part of the very fabric of Norway's landscape. The stories passed down through generations tell of these massive, lumbering beings who live high in the mountains, their immense size blending them with the rocks and cliffs that surround them. But their stillness hides a lurking danger. For though trolls can remain motionless for years, seemingly part of the earth itself, they are anything but benign. It is said that trolls hate the light, and when the sun touches their skin, they turn to stone. So, they roam at night, under the cover of darkness, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground, the faint glow of their eyes the only warning of their approach. In the forests and valleys near the mountains, travelers speak of hearing low growls, almost like thunder in the distance, when they are near a troll's territory. And once you've entered that space, you are at their mercy, or rather, their lack of it. Trolls are not like the mischievous creatures of other folklore, they are beings of immense power, driven by a hunger for destruction. Some say they are the spirits of the earth itself, angry and vengeful, lashing out at those who dare to intrude on their ancient dominion. Others believe they are cursed beings, punished for long-forgotten sins, doomed to live forever in darkness, lashing out at humanity in their rage and bitterness. Whatever their origin, the stories all agree on one thing: to encounter a troll is to face terror. In the old days, when the world was wilder and villages were small, the trolls would come down from the mountains to wreak havoc on the towns below. These weren't creatures that just appeared in the distance or watched from the shadows, they would descend with a fury that could flatten entire homes. Massive hands would tear through the roofs of houses, their breath heavy and hot as they crushed the people beneath them. To see a troll was to know your life was moments away from ending. There are tales of those brave enough to confront the trolls, though few ever returned to tell the tale. The troll's strength was legendary, able to lift boulders larger than the biggest ox, able to crush a human as easily as breaking a twig. Some would fight with clubs made from entire tree trunks, sweeping away anything in their path, while others would simply stomp through villages, leaving destruction in their wake. Their roars echoed through the mountains like the rumble of an avalanche, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. But for all their strength, trolls had their weaknesses. Fire could drive them away, and as many legends tell, the rising sun was their doom. There are stories of clever villagers who, faced with a troll attack, would keep them distracted until dawn. They would trick the trolls into conversation, or challenge them to impossible tasks, knowing that the creatures were not wise, but slow of thought. And as the first light of the morning touched their skin, the trolls would freeze, their massive bodies turning to stone where they stood, doomed to remain as part of the mountains forever. In many places throughout Norway, there are strange rock formations that the locals swear were once trolls. Towering stones, shaped like hunched figures, seemingly caught mid-stride, are said to be the remains of trolls who were tricked by the light of dawn. Their faces, contorted in rage or surprise, are forever frozen in place, a reminder of the danger that once lurked in the mountains. Despite their terror, there is also a strange sadness in the stories of trolls. Some say they were lonely creatures, isolated by their size and monstrous nature. In their heart of hearts, they yearned for connection, but their anger and bitterness kept them apart from the world of men. There are a few stories of trolls who tried to reach out, to live alongside humans, only to be met with fear and rejection. And in their despair, they would retreat back to their caves, their hearts hardening with each new betrayal. The trolls' isolation, their coldness, their violence, it was all a reflection of the harsh world they lived in. The mountains of Norway are beautiful, but they are also unforgiving. The long winters, the biting cold, the vast emptiness of the wilderness, these are places where survival is a struggle, where the line between life and death is thin. The trolls, in many ways, were like the mountains themselves, majestic, terrifying, and unyielding. To the people of Norway, the trolls were a reminder of nature's power, both its beauty and its danger. They were not just monsters to be feared, but symbols of the land's wild, untamable spirit. And even today, when the world has changed and the mountains are no longer as remote, there is still a part of every Norwegian that feels the presence of the trolls in the towering peaks and deep, shadowed forests. When the wind howls through the fjords, and the shadows grow long across the land, the old stories still stir in the hearts of those who hear them. The trolls may no longer come down from the mountains, but their memory lives on, etched into the rocks and the cliffs, a part of Norway's soul. On a quiet night, when the mist rolls gently across the hills of Ireland and the wind whispers through the ancient trees, there is a sound that can freeze the blood in your veins. A sound that pierces through the stillness, echoing off the stones and carried on the breeze like a lament from another world. It's the wail of the banshee, a mournful, unearthly cry that chills the soul. And once you hear it, you know death is near. The banshee is not just a ghost or a spirit. She is something far older, a presence woven into the very fabric of Irish folklore. To hear her keening is to be touched by something beyond human understanding, something that stirs the deepest fears. Her cry is never without meaning. It is a warning, a harbinger of loss and sorrow. The sound of her voice is said to foretell the death of someone close, a final, sorrowful farewell before fate takes its course. No one ever forgets the sound of the banshee. Some describe it as a scream, high and shrill, enough to raise the hair on the back of your neck. Others say it's softer, more like a weeping, as if she's mourning before the tragedy has even struck. But whether it's a wail, a sob, or a scream, one thing is certain: it crawls under your skin, leaving an imprint that lingers long after the sound fades. The banshee herself is often seen as a lone figure, drifting through the mist. Her appearance can vary depending on the tale, but the image that comes to mind is always haunting. Some say she is an old woman, her hair long and gray, tangled like the wild winds that blow across the moors. Her face is lined with sorrow, her eyes red from centuries of weeping, her thin hands clutching at her tattered cloak as if trying to hold back the inevitable tide of grief. Others say she appears as a beautiful young maiden, her hair flowing like rivers of silver, her pale skin glowing under the moonlight, but her eyes, those eyes always filled with unbearable sadness. And then there are those who say the banshee appears as a veiled figure, her face hidden from view, allowing only the echo of her voice to be felt. She doesn't need to show herself, because the sound alone is enough to send shivers through the bones of those who hear it. Whether she comes as an old woman or a young girl, her message is the same: death is approaching. There are countless stories of the Banshee, each one adding to the legend, each one leaving behind a trail of fear and wonder. In some families, the Banshee is believed to be a personal guardian of sorts, not malevolent, but deeply sorrowful. She doesn't bring death, they say, she merely warns of its arrival, mourning the loss before anyone else knows it's coming. In these tales, the Banshee's cry is a final act of kindness, a way to prepare the family for the tragedy that is about to unfold. But not all stories are so gentle. There are darker tales, where the Banshee's cry is less a warning and more a curse. In these versions, she is a vengeful spirit, her wail a sound of rage, punishing those who have wronged her or her family. Her appearance is said to strike terror into those who glimpse her, her eyes burning with fury, her mouth twisted into a scream that could shatter the heavens. These banshees are not mourners, they are harbingers of doom, following families across generations, their cries signaling not just death, but ruin. In every version of the tale, the banshee is bound to the land, a spirit as ancient as the rolling hills and rugged coastlines of Ireland. She is said to wander the lonely roads and forests, appearing in times of great sorrow or loss. Her connection to the land is deep, almost elemental, as if she herself is part of the very air that moves across the fields. When the banshee cries, it's not just a sound, it's a feeling, a weight that presses on your chest, a chill that wraps around you, making the world feel just a little bit darker. It's no wonder that the banshee has inspired both fear and fascination throughout the centuries. She is more than just a ghostly figure, she is a symbol of death's inevitability, a reminder that life is fragile and fleeting, and that sorrow is something none of us can escape. But there is also a strange beauty in her story, in the way she mourns for those who are still alive, her cry filled with all the sorrow of a heart that knows too much grief. Some believe the banshee's origins are tied to the old Celtic gods and goddesses, her wailing a relic of ancient mourning rituals. Others say she is the ghost of a woman who died in great sorrow, unable to move on, her spirit bound to this world by the weight of her grief. But wherever she comes from, the banshee's cry continues to haunt the Irish imagination, a sound that cuts through time and space, as old as the land itself. And so, on those quiet nights, when the wind is still and the air is thick with silence, people still listen for her cry. The thought of the banshee, the sound of her wail, brings a certain stillness, a pause, a recognition of the fragility of life. Because if you hear the banshee, you know that someone, somewhere, is about to cross over into the unknown. On the cold, misty nights of Romania, when the moon hangs low in the sky and shadows stretch across the land, there are whispers of something far more terrifying than the darkness itself. In these moments, the villagers speak in hushed tones, eyes wide with fear, of creatures that rise from their graves, hungry for the life they once had. These creatures are the Strigoi, the undead vampires of Romanian legend, beings whose thirst for blood knows no bounds. The Strigoi are not just tales whispered to children to keep them in their beds. For centuries, they have been feared, not as distant myths, but as real threats that could strike at any time. People once believed, and some still do, that the Strigoi could be anyone, a neighbor, a loved one, who had died but was not truly at rest. Death, in their case, was just the beginning of their terror. Imagine losing someone dear to you, only to feel their presence lingering long after they're gone. At first, it's just a feeling, a sense that someone is watching from the shadows. Then strange things begin to happen. Animals act skittish, crops fail, illness spreads through the village. And then, in the dead of night, you hear it, a faint scratching at the door, a soft tap at the window. You rush outside, only to find nothing but the still, heavy air. But deep down, you know, it's them. They've come back. The Strigoi are said to rise from their graves, no longer confined by the chains of death. Unlike the serene rest of the peaceful dead, these spirits are restless, filled with anger and a burning need to reclaim what was once theirs. Some say they take on the form of shadowy figures, barely visible in the night, while others claim they can shift into animals, wolves, cats, or owls, hunting in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But the most feared of all are those Strigoi who return in their human form, their bodies still resembling the ones they left behind, only now pale, cold, and unrecognizable. They walk among the living, blending in until the moment they decide to reveal their true nature. And when they do, it's with a hunger so deep, so consuming, that nothing but the blood of the living can sate it. In the quiet villages of Romania, when a loved one passed away, families took every precaution to prevent the dead from rising as a strigoi. Bodies were buried with iron spikes through their hearts, to pin them to the earth. Some were decapitated, their heads buried far from their bodies, to ensure they could never return. Others were buried face down, so that if they did try to dig their way out, they would only bury themselves deeper into the ground. These measures were born out of desperation, an attempt to protect the living from the horrors of the undead. And yet, even with these precautions, the fear never truly faded. Because the strigoi were cunning. They could find ways around even the most elaborate traps set by the living. They were creatures of magic, able to slip through the cracks, to twist the rules of life and death to their will. They would drain their victims slowly, over time, returning night after night, weakening them with each visit. It wasn't just the physical toll of their bites that killed their victims, it was the terror, the constant fear, that drained the life from them just as surely as the blood did. It's no wonder that the strigoi became the inspiration for one of the most famous vampires of all time, Dracula. Bram Stoker's iconic character may have been a fictional creation, but he was born from these very real fears. The stories of the strigoi, with their insatiable thirst for blood, their ability to walk among the living undetected, and their ties to the dark forces of the underworld, shaped the legend of Dracula and cemented the vampire myth in the global imagination. But while Dracula has become a part of popular culture, the strigoi remain something far more intimate for the people of Romania. They are not just characters in a book, they are the embodiment of fear, the thing that waits just beyond the firelight, lurking in the corners of the night. Even today, in some remote parts of Romania, the old traditions still linger. There are stories of graves being disturbed, bodies exhumed, precautions taken to ensure that the dead stay dead. There is something primal about the fear of the strigoi, something that touches on our deepest anxieties. It's not just the fear of death, it's the fear that death isn't the end, that something worse lies beyond it. The thought that someone you loved, someone you mourned, could return not as they were, but as a twisted version of themselves, a creature driven by hunger and hatred, is a fear that speaks to the very core of human vulnerability. The strigoi are more than just monsters, they are a reflection of the fears that have haunted humanity since the beginning of time. The fear of the unknown, the fear of losing control, the fear that something we can't see or understand is lurking just out of sight. And perhaps that's why the legend of the strigoi has endured for so long, why it continues to send shivers down the spine even in the modern world. Because while the world may change, those fears remain. And so, as the moon rises over the Carpathian Mountains and the shadows grow long, the stories of the strigoi live on. Their presence can still be felt in the stillness of the night, in the flicker of candlelight, and the whispers that pass from one generation to the next. They are a reminder that some fears never truly die, they just lie waiting in the darkness, ready to rise again. There is a place in the Scottish Highlands where the mist clings to the water like a shroud, where the air is thick with mystery and whispers. It is a place where the wind carries tales older than memory, where the silence is broken only by the gentle ripple of the water on a still day. This is Loch Ness, a deep, dark lake that has held the world's imagination captive for generations. Beneath its surface lies something that eludes the grasp of both science and reason, a creature that many claim to have seen, yet no one can prove exists. It is the Loch Ness Monster, known to many as Nessie, a cryptid that stirs the imagination and sends a chill down the spine. For centuries, people have claimed to catch glimpses of something in the loch, something large, something ancient. Eyes squinting against the fog would catch a shadow moving just below the surface, a ripple too large to be caused by a fish. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, it would vanish, leaving only questions and the uneasy feeling that the loch holds more than water within its depths. The first recorded sighting dates back to the 6th century, when St. Columba, a missionary, is said to have encountered a great beast in the river Ness. According to the story, the monster attacked a man swimming in the river, but Columba raised his hand, commanding the creature to retreat in the name of God. and retreat it did, vanishing into the water, leaving behind a tale that would echo through the centuries. It wasn't until 1933, however, that Nessie truly captured the world's attention. On a quiet day, a couple driving along the newly completed road that hugged the Loch shoreline reported seeing a massive creature crossing in front of their car before plunging into the water. Their description of a long-necked, humped beast ignited a frenzy of interest. Soon, the loch was swarming with people, armed with cameras and binoculars, hoping for a glimpse of the legendary creature. 1 year later, in 1934, came the photograph that would define the myth of the Loch Ness Monster. It was a grainy, black and white image, taken by a London surgeon named Robert Kenneth Wilson. The photograph seemed to show a long neck rising from the water, curving gracefully, like that of a prehistoric plesiosaur. For decades, it was the most famous image of Nessie, fueling speculation and belief in the creature's existence. People came from all over the world, drawn by the hope that they, too, might witness something extraordinary. But time has a way of turning legends into mysteries. In 1994, the famous photograph was revealed to be a hoax, a clever trick using a toy submarine and some carefully placed materials. The revelation was a blow to those who had believed, but it did little to quiet the whispers that still lingered over the loch. Even without photographic proof, people continued to see something they couldn't explain. It's easy to understand why the legend endures. Loch Ness, with its cold, murky waters, stretches over 20 miles long and reaches depths of over 700 feet. It is one of the largest and deepest lakes in Scotland, and its waters are so dark that they seem to swallow the light. If a creature were to live in its depths, it would have plenty of places to hide, unseen by human eyes. And for every skeptic who dismisses the sightings as waves or tricks of the light, there is someone who swears they have seen it, something moving, something alive, just beneath the surface. There is something haunting about Loch Ness. Standing on its shores, you feel the weight of the centuries, the way the air seems to hum with stories untold. The water stretches out in front of you, vast and impenetrable, and you wonder what lies beneath. Could there be a creature, older than memory, surviving in the dark recesses of the loch? A relic of a forgotten time, slipping through the water, unseen by those who seek it. The Loch Ness Monster has become more than just a creature, it is a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that despite all our knowledge, there are still things in this world that elude our understanding. In a world where so much can be explained, Nessie represents the possibility that some mysteries may never be solved, and perhaps, that's the way it should be. For the people who live near Loch Ness, the monster is a part of the landscape, as real as the mountains that rise around the loch and as eternal as the water itself. Some believe wholeheartedly, while others shrug it off as legend, but the presence of Nessie has shaped the culture and identity of the region. Tourists flock to the loch, hoping for a fleeting glimpse, while scientists and cryptozoologists launch expeditions, determined to find proof. Sonar scans, underwater cameras, and DNA testing of the loch's waters have all been employed, and yet, Nessie remains elusive, a shadow on the edge of possibility. What is it about the Loch Ness Monster that captures our hearts and imaginations? Perhaps it's the idea that there is still something wild and untamed in the world, something that exists beyond the reach of human control. In an age of technology and science, where everything seems to be mapped and measured, the thought that there could be a creature lurking in the depths of Loch Ness is both terrifying and exhilarating. Or maybe it's the stories themselves that draw us in, the stories of those who have stood on the shores of the loch, gazing out into the mist, and seen something they can't explain. It's the fishermen who have felt their boats lurch unexpectedly, as if something massive brushed beneath them. It's the tourists who have snapped photos, only to realize later that there's a strange shape in the background, something that shouldn't be there. It's the feeling that the world is bigger, stranger, and more mysterious than we can ever truly understand. And so, Loch Ness continues to hold its secrets. The water remains still, except for the occasional ripple, the fog rolls in and out, and the legend of the Loch Ness Monster endures. Whether you believe in Nessie or not, there is no denying the magic of the place, the way it draws you in, the way it makes you wonder, what if? In the heart of the dark, ancient forests of Germany, where shadows stretch long and deep, whispers of creatures older than time itself linger in the air. Among them is the most terrifying of all, the dragon, a beast of legend and terror. To speak of dragons in Germanic lore is to summon images of fire and fury, of immense creatures whose very presence warps the world around them. But among all the dragons, there is one that stands taller in both fear and awe, Fafnir, the dragon of the Nibelungen. Fafnir wasn't always a dragon. He was once a man, a being like any other, but greed does something dark to the soul. Fafnir, consumed by the desire for power and wealth, transformed into a monster, both in heart and in form. His desire for the cursed hoard of gold, the treasure of the Nibelungen, twisted him into a serpent-like creature, immense and terrifying. His scales, hard as iron, gleamed like molten metal, and his eyes burned with a hunger that could never be satisfied. He became a creature of the earth, hiding deep in the mountains, guarding his treasure with a ferocity that sent shivers through the bones of those who spoke his name. The ground trembled under his weight as he slithered through his cavernous lair, his breath hot and reeking of sulfur. Fafnir was no ordinary beast. He was the embodiment of greed and destruction, a reminder of the dangers of desire unchecked. His lair became a place of nightmares, a desolate wasteland where nothing grew, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. But no dragon can exist without a hero, and in the legend of Fafnir, there is Siegfried, a warrior destined to face the beast. Siegfried was young, fearless, and perhaps, like all great heroes, just a little bit reckless. His heart burned with the kind of courage that borders on madness, the kind that drives a man to face what others would run from. It was this courage that led him to Fafnir's lair, armed with a sword forged for one purpose, to kill the unkillable. The battle between Siegfried and Fafnir wasn't one of glory or grandeur. There were no shining knights, no armies clashing under banners. There was only a lone warrior and a dragon, a monster who had grown too large, too powerful, and too wicked for the world to bear. Siegfried, knowing he couldn't face the beast head-on, dug a pit in the path where Fafnir slithered each day. He hid in the pit, sword in hand, waiting for the moment when the creature would pass over him. The sound of Fafnir approaching was like thunder, the ground shaking with each movement. The air grew thick with heat as the dragon drew near, his massive body blocking out the sun. And then, in that moment of terrible anticipation, Fafnir passed over the pit where Siegfried lay hidden. With all the strength he could muster, Siegfried thrust his sword upward, driving it into the dragon's belly, piercing the scales that had once seemed impenetrable. Fafnir roared, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the mountains themselves. Blood, dark and thick, poured from the wound, and the dragon's immense body writhed in agony. But even in his death throes, Fafnir's malice was undiminished. As his lifeblood spilled onto the earth, he spoke, his voice a rasping, venomous thing. He warned Siegfried that the treasure he had sought, the hoard of gold, was cursed, that it would bring only ruin to whoever possessed it. But Siegfried, young and invincible in his own eyes, didn't heed the warning. After slaying Fafnir, he bathed in the dragon's blood, believing it would make him invulnerable. And it did, almost. For there was one spot on his body, one place where a leaf had fallen, that remained untouched by the blood. It would be this small, vulnerable spot that would later lead to Siegfried's own downfall, proving that no man, no matter how mighty, can escape fate. The legend of Fafnir and Siegfried is one of triumph and tragedy, of the way greed corrupts even the strongest of souls. But Fafnir is not the only dragon in Germanic lore. The Nibelungenlied, the epic that tells the tale of Siegfried, speaks of other dragons, creatures of immense power and terror, whose breath is fire and whose claws can rend mountains. These dragons, these drachens, are more than just beasts. They are symbols of the forces that lie beyond human control, forces of nature, of fate, and of the darkness that resides in the hearts of men. To face a dragon in these tales is not merely to face a creature of flesh and blood. It is to face one's own inner demons, the greed, fear, and anger that can consume a person just as surely as Fafnir was consumed by his desire for gold. And in this way, the dragons of Germanic myth are more than just monsters, they are a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of the human soul. Even today, the image of the drachen lingers in the collective imagination. The forests and mountains of Germany, with their mist-shrouded peaks and dark, winding paths, still carry the weight of these ancient stories. The Drachen are no longer seen, but their presence can be felt, a reminder of the thin line between man and monster. The story of Fafnir and Siegfried has been told and retold through the ages, from medieval epics to modern retellings. It resonates because it speaks to something primal, something that lies at the core of what it means to be human. To fight a dragon is to confront the impossible, to stand before a force so vast and powerful that it seems insurmountable. And yet, like Siegfried, we face it all the same, because to do otherwise would be to surrender to the darkness. In the end, the Drachen of Germanic lore are more than just creatures of myth, they are symbols of the struggle between light and shadow, between heroism and corruption. They are a reminder that within every legend lies a truth, a lesson about the choices we make and the paths we walk. And while the dragons themselves may be gone, their legacy lives on, in the stories we tell, in the fears we confront, and in the hope that, like Siegfried, we might find the courage to slay the monsters that lurk in the shadows. On moonlit nights, when the air is thick with an unsettling chill, whispers of a ghostly figure fill the countryside of England. It's a phantom, a creature woven into the very fabric of folklore, Black Shuck, the eerie black dog that roams the fields and forests, its presence sending shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. With glowing red eyes that pierce the darkness, Black Shuck embodies fear, mystery, and the unknown. The legend of this spectral beast has haunted the dreams of many, a shadow lurking just beyond the edge of light. Stories of Black Shuck are as old as the rolling hills and ancient woods he prowls. He is said to appear suddenly, emerging from the mist like a wisp of smoke, with fur as dark as the night sky. People who have encountered him speak of his enormous size, much larger than any ordinary dog, with a body that seems to ripple like shadows in the moonlight. He moves silently, yet his presence is impossible to ignore. A strange sense of dread fills the air, wrapping around the heart like a cold, clammy hand. For those who have seen him, the encounter is not soon forgotten. A traveler walking alone on a lonely road may feel a sudden drop in temperature, an unshakable feeling of being watched. Then, out of the darkness, Black Shuck materializes, his red eyes glowing like embers in the night. In that moment, time seems to stand still, and the world fades away. All that exists is the overwhelming weight of fear and the chilling realization that this creature is no mere dog but a harbinger of death itself. Black Shuck is often described as a portent, an omen that something terrible is about to happen. To see him is to know that a loved one may soon be lost, a tragedy lurking just around the corner. This connection to death makes him a figure of both terror and sorrow. It is said that those who encounter him may hear his mournful howls echoing through the night, a sound that carries the weight of despair, a reminder of life's fragility. His presence brings a deep sense of foreboding, a shadow that hangs over the heart. In a small village, an elderly woman named Eliza often told her grandchildren stories about Black Shuck. As a child, she had seen him while walking home from a friend's house one fateful night. The memory of that encounter was etched into her mind, a vivid reminder of how quickly life can change. She recalled feeling the warmth of the day fade into an oppressive cold as darkness enveloped her. Then, suddenly, there he was, looming larger than life, eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. Eliza had frozen in place, heart racing as the ghostly creature drew nearer. She felt a wave of panic wash over her, but oddly, there was also an overwhelming sense of sadness in his gaze, as if he carried the weight of countless souls lost to the night. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, Black Shuck vanished into the shadows, leaving her trembling but unharmed. Years later, Eliza would often reflect on that night, telling her grandchildren how lucky she had been. They listened with wide eyes, captivated by the chilling tale, but she never mentioned the deaths that followed after her encounter. Friends and family had faced hardships, losses that had shaken the village. To her, the connection was undeniable. Black Shuck was a warning, a reminder of the fragility of life. His presence had forever altered her understanding of the world, showing her that darkness lurked even in the most peaceful corners. The stories about Black Shuck vary from place to place. Some say he guards ancient burial grounds, while others believe he roams the streets of coastal towns, a restless spirit searching for solace. Regardless of where he appears, the message remains the same: he is a creature of sorrow, a reminder that death is an inevitable part of life. As the years pass and the world changes, tales of Black Shuck endure, echoing through the generations. He remains a haunting figure in English folklore, an emblem of both fear and wisdom. In his dark, mysterious presence, there lies a lesson about the fragility of existence and the importance of cherishing every moment. Each story told around the fireside becomes a thread in the tapestry of life, connecting those who share in the fear and wonder of the unknown. In the heart of the countryside, on nights when the moon hangs low in the sky, and the air is thick with anticipation, one can still hear the echoes of Black Shuck's mournful howl. It drifts through the trees like a forgotten melody, a reminder of the past and the darkness that lies ahead. Those who listen closely can feel the weight of his sorrow, a bittersweet song that tugs at the heartstrings. As long as there are stories to tell, Black Shuck will roam the English countryside, a spectral guardian of life and death. He teaches us to embrace the light while understanding the shadows that accompany it. With every tale of his eerie presence, the legend of Black Shuck grows stronger, entwining with the very essence of humanity: fear, loss, love, and hope. Through him, we learn that while darkness may come, it is in the shared stories and memories that we find strength, comfort, and the courage to face the night. In the dense shadows of the pine barrens of New Jersey, where twisted trees whisper secrets and mist hangs heavy in the air, a legend lurks. A creature so strange and terrifying that it sends shivers down the spine of anyone who dares to wander too far into its domain. This is the Jersey Devil, a bizarre being born from folklore and whispered tales, haunting the imaginations of those who hear its story. With leathery wings, a twisted body, and a blood-curdling scream, the Jersey Devil has haunted this land for centuries, a reminder that not all nightmares sleep in the darkness, some of them take flight. The tale of the Jersey Devil dates back to the early 18th century when the area was home to settlers, struggling to carve out lives in the thick wilderness. Among these settlers lived a woman named Mother Leeds. Pregnant for the 13th time, she was filled with despair. As she labored through the pain, she cursed her unborn child, declaring that it would be a devil. The moment the child was born, the room filled with an unnatural chill. Instead of a sweet, innocent baby, a monster emerged, a creature with hooves, bat-like wings, and glowing red eyes. With a blood-curdling screech, the Jersey Devil took to the air, leaving behind the horrified cries of its mother and the shocked faces of those who witnessed the birth. It flew into the dark woods, disappearing into the thick branches of the trees, forever sealed in the memories of the settlers who spoke in hushed tones of that fateful night. Over time, stories of the creature spread like wildfire, morphing into a symbol of fear and uncertainty. Those who lived near the Pine Barrens claimed to hear its eerie wails echoing through the night, the sound haunting their dreams and igniting their fears. Some swore they saw it flit between the trees, its shadow darting just beyond the flickering light of their campfires. It became a bedtime story, a warning to children about the dangers of wandering into the woods after dark. "Stay close," parents would say, "or the Jersey Devil will get you." As the years passed, tales of the Jersey Devil only grew more bizarre and captivating. Some claimed it was a shapeshifter, capable of transforming into a human form to lure its prey. Others insisted it could blend seamlessly into the shadows, waiting patiently to strike. It was said to roam the countryside, stealing livestock and terrorizing those who dared to cross its path. The creature became a part of the land, an embodiment of fear woven into the fabric of the community. But amid the fear and fascination, there were stories of hope, too. Some brave souls sought to confront the creature, drawn by curiosity and a sense of adventure. They ventured into the Pine Barrens, determined to catch a glimpse of the infamous beast. They armed themselves with flashlights and cameras, laughter masking their anxiety. Yet, every expedition returned with tales of strange sounds and rustling branches, but never the legendary creature itself. The thrill of the chase kept them coming back, even as the darkness closed in around them. For many, the Jersey Devil represented more than just a monster, it symbolized the struggles of the settlers. It reminded them of the harsh realities of life in the wilderness, how survival was often tied to the unknown, lurking just beyond the familiar comforts of home. The woods were beautiful but dangerous, and the Jersey Devil was a constant reminder of that duality. Generations passed, and the legend of the Jersey Devil continued to thrive, feeding the imaginations of children and adults alike. In the quiet town of Pine Barrens, whispers filled the air like the rustle of leaves, weaving together the stories of those who dared to encounter the beast. Local festivals would embrace the eerie, celebrating the legend as part of their heritage. Ghost tours would guide visitors through the woods, recounting the chilling tales that echoed through time. The creature became a cultural icon, bringing both fear and fascination to the people of New Jersey. But the Jersey Devil was not just a figure of horror, it also brought people together. In the face of fear, communities found strength. They shared their stories, laughter mingling with the eerie atmosphere, creating bonds forged in shared experiences. The legend of the Jersey Devil became a tale of resilience, a reminder that even in darkness, light can emerge through connections and shared histories. As twilight descends over the Pine Barrens, the air grows heavy with anticipation. The rustling leaves seem to carry whispers of the past, while the moonlight casts eerie shadows that dance among the trees. On nights when the wind howls, some still swear they can hear the Jersey Devil's scream echoing through the wilderness. Those who brave the woods do so with a mix of trepidation and excitement, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the legend. The Jersey Devil has become more than a mere monster, it embodies the fears, hopes, and dreams of those who share its story. With each retelling, the legend transforms, reminding us that monsters are not just creatures of darkness, but reflections of our deepest fears and desires. In the end, the true heart of the Jersey Devil lies not in its terrifying form, but in the connections it creates, an eternal reminder that sometimes, even the most fearsome legends can lead us to discover the courage that dwells within us all. In the heart of the frozen wilderness, where the snow blankets the ground and the biting wind howls like a wounded animal, a chilling legend stirs. It is a legend of hunger and despair, of a creature born from the darkest corners of the human heart. The Wendigo, a flesh-eating spirit from Algonquin folklore, embodies insatiable greed and unquenchable thirst, a terrifying reminder of what happens when the hunger for more becomes too great. The stories of the Wendigo are as old as the trees themselves, whispered by the flickering flames of campfires, shared among families huddled together during the long, cold winter nights. It is said that the Wendigo was once a man, perhaps a hunter, who became so desperate for food that he resorted to cannibalism, turning against his own people in his unending quest for survival. The moment he tasted human flesh, something within him twisted and changed. No longer human, he transformed into a monstrous being, towering and gaunt, with an unholy hunger that could never be satisfied. His eyes gleamed with madness, and his long, skeletal fingers reached out for the living, desperate to consume. As winter set in, and the land turned white, the Wendigo roamed the dark forests, its mournful cry echoing through the trees. It sought the warmth of human flesh to quell its hunger. People began to share stories of the creature, warnings to each other about the dangers that lurked in the snow-covered woods. "Stay close to the fire," they would say, "or the Wendigo will come for you." Children shivered at the tales of the monster that prowled the night, and parents would tell these stories to keep their little ones safe, huddled under thick blankets as the wind howled outside. The Wendigo is not just a creature of hunger, it represents a deeper fear, the fear of losing one's humanity. It serves as a warning against greed, reminding us that the desire for more can lead to destruction. Those who succumb to the Wendigo's call risked becoming something far worse than a mere beast. They risked losing their very souls. As the snow continued to fall, the Wendigo's legend grew, becoming intertwined with the struggles of survival in harsh winters and the harsh realities of life. Yet, in every tale of despair, there is a flicker of hope. Communities would band together, sharing what little they had, helping one another through the darkest of times. They would tell stories not only of the Wendigo but of their ancestors who had faced the same fears and survived. These stories bonded families and strengthened their resolve. The Wendigo became not just a symbol of fear but also a reminder of the importance of unity in the face of adversity. During the coldest nights, when the wind howled like a banshee, the people would gather around the fire, sharing tales of bravery and strength. The Wendigo was always lurking in the back of their minds, but the warmth of their shared stories kept the darkness at bay. They spoke of the hero who fought the Wendigo, a brave warrior who ventured into the heart of the forest to confront the monster. Armed with nothing but courage and a determination to protect his people, he faced the creature, refusing to let fear win. The warrior's bravery became a source of inspiration, igniting a flame of hope in the hearts of those who listened. As the stories continued to pass through generations, the Wendigo transformed into a figure of caution, a reminder to respect the balance of nature and to be mindful of one's desires. In the depths of winter, the fear of the Wendigo served as a call for unity, urging people to support one another, to share, and to ensure that no one went hungry. It taught them that survival was not just about the individual, but about the community. Even today, in the chill of winter, the spirit of the Wendigo can still be felt in the quiet corners of Canada's northern wilderness. Some claim to hear its mournful howl echoing through the trees, a reminder of the past and the lessons learned. On cold, dark nights, when the snow falls softly and the world is blanketed in silence, the legend of the Wendigo lives on, continuing to inspire both fear and respect for the power of nature and the strength of community. Those who venture into the woods do so with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They carry the stories of their ancestors in their hearts, knowing that the Wendigo may be watching from the shadows, waiting for the moment of weakness, waiting for the chance to strike. Yet they also carry with them the lessons learned through hardship, the importance of togetherness, compassion, and the understanding that true strength comes from supporting one another. As the night deepens and the wind howls its chilling song, the stories of the Wendigo remind us that within each of us lies the capacity for both darkness and light. We are capable of great destruction, but also of incredible compassion. The Wendigo may haunt the cold nights, but it is our shared stories, our unity in the face of fear, that will keep us warm against the chilling darkness that surrounds us. In the heart of the wilderness, where hunger and despair may lurk, there is also the enduring spirit of hope, binding communities together against the cold. On quiet nights, when the moon hangs low in the sky and the air is thick with silence, the sound of soft weeping can drift through the darkness. This mournful sound often sends chills down the spines of those who hear it. It is the haunting cry of La Llorona, the weeping woman, a tragic figure from Mexican legend, condemned to roam the rivers and lakes in search of her lost children. Her story is a mix of sorrow and despair, echoing through generations, warning all who hear it of the heart-wrenching consequences of loss. La Llorona was once a beautiful woman, full of life and joy. She lived in a village where she captured the heart of a handsome man, and they fell deeply in love. Their love blossomed, and soon they had children, a boy and a girl who brought laughter and happiness to their home. But as time passed, the man's affection began to fade. He started to neglect La Llorona and their children, drawn instead to other women. In her heart, La Llorona felt a painful emptiness. Her love turned to desperation as she tried to hold on to the man who no longer cared for her. In a fit of rage and heartbreak, La Llorona did the unthinkable. In a moment of despair, she took her children to the river, hoping to teach her unfaithful husband a lesson. She believed that by taking them away, he would realize the error of his ways. But instead, the river claimed her children, and in her grief, she plunged into the water, searching for them. The currents were too strong, and soon, she felt their tiny hands slip away from her grasp. She emerged from the water, forever changed, with her heart shattered into pieces. The villagers say that La Llorona's sorrow knows no bounds. In her anguish, she cries out for her children, her voice echoing through the night. "Ay, mis hijos," she wails, the sound so full of pain that it pierces the hearts of those who hear it. Many have claimed to see her wandering by the water's edge, her white dress flowing in the wind, her face streaked with tears. The stories warn children to stay away from rivers and lakes, lest they encounter the weeping woman, whose presence brings an overwhelming sense of sorrow and dread. La Llorona's tale goes beyond mere fright. It is a story of love lost and the depths of despair. Parents tell her story to their children as a cautionary tale about the dangers of neglect and the importance of family. Her cries remind everyone of the fragility of life and the painful consequences that can arise from one's actions. In her search for her lost children, La Llorona becomes a symbol of a mother's love twisted into something tragic and monstrous. On the banks of rivers, the winds sometimes carry her cries, warning people of the tragic fate that awaits those who stray too close. The chilling stories are not merely ghost tales, they remind families to cherish their bonds and to listen to each other. The pain of La Llorona's loss is a haunting reminder that neglect can lead to heartbreaking consequences. The legend of La Llorona has taken many forms, with variations across regions and generations. In some stories, she finds peace at the river, but only after she has been forgiven for her actions. In others, she remains eternally restless, forever seeking her children and unable to find solace. Her ghost serves as both a warning and a reminder of the bonds of love that can either uplift or destroy. Each year, as the Day of the Dead approaches, families gather to remember loved ones who have passed. The memory of La Llorona weaves into the fabric of this celebration, serving as a poignant reminder of the importance of family ties. While they honor their ancestors, they also reflect on the love that binds them, ensuring that the story of La Llorona does not fade into obscurity. Children shiver at the thought of the weeping woman, but her story is more than a mere fright. It teaches empathy, compassion, and the significance of familial love. La Llorona embodies the complex emotions of motherhood, joy, love, desperation, and despair. Through her haunting cries, she becomes a figure of both fear and sorrow, reminding all of the lengths a mother will go to protect her children and the devastation that can follow if those bonds are broken. Even today, those who wander near the rivers and lakes speak in hushed tones about the weeping woman, sharing tales of her sorrowful wails. They warn each other to tread carefully, for to hear her cry is to invite tragedy into one's life. The legend lives on, a testament to the power of love and loss. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle above, the soft sound of La Llorona's weeping lingers in the air. It serves as a reminder that while her tale may be shrouded in darkness, it also holds the light of love, a love that, despite its tragic end, echoes through the rivers and lakes, ensuring that she will never be forgotten. The haunting story of La Llorona continues to resonate, a poignant reminder of the fragile nature of love, the weight of sorrow, and the enduring spirit of a mother's heart. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the lush green canopy intertwines with the air thick with mystery, tales of a creature known as Mapinguari send shivers down the spine. This legendary beast, described as a giant sloth-like figure, roams the shadows of the forest, captivating the imagination and stirring the fears of those who hear its story. With its single eye staring from the center of its grotesque face and its feet turned backward, the Mapinguari has become a symbol of the untamed wild, evoking both awe and terror. Local tribes speak of the Mapinguari in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. The creature is said to be enormous, towering over the tallest trees, its fur matted and tangled, blending seamlessly with the forest. For many, the legend of the Mapinguari is not just a story, it is a warning. It represents the dangers that lurk within the dense underbrush, the hidden threats that can emerge when least expected. Children listen wide-eyed to their parents' stories, leaning closer as they recount encounters with the beast. One child recalls a night when his father returned home, eyes wild with fear. He spoke of how he had wandered too far into the forest and heard a sound that shook him to his core, a deep, rumbling growl that echoed through the trees. He described the sensation of being watched, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up as he felt the presence of something enormous lurking nearby. As he hurried home, he glanced back just once, catching a glimpse of the creature. It was then he saw the giant eye staring back at him, filled with a primal intelligence that sent him running faster than he ever thought possible. These stories, passed down through generations, weave a rich tapestry of fear and respect for the Mapinguari. Yet, it is not only fear that fills the hearts of those who hear its tale, there is also a deep-seated wonder. The Amazon rainforest is a place of beauty and danger, a realm where the unknown thrives, and the Mapinguari embodies that spirit. It serves as a reminder of the wildness of nature, a symbol of the untamed forces that exist beyond human control. The mapinguari's existence is often intertwined with the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Some believe that it is a guardian of the forest, a protector of the ancient trees and the creatures that call the jungle home. This duality makes the mapinguari both fearsome and majestic, a creature that commands respect while instilling terror. Those who venture too far into its territory are reminded of their own vulnerability, their place in the world beneath the great canopy. As the sun sets and darkness blankets the forest, the air becomes electric with anticipation. The sounds of the jungle shift, becoming more intense. The cries of birds and the rustle of leaves create a symphony of the wild. It is in these moments that the legend of the mapinguari feels most alive. Some say that the beast's cries can be heard echoing through the trees, a mournful sound that pierces the silence, warning all to tread carefully. This eerie call resonates with those who hear it, a reminder of the untamed spirit that resides within the heart of the Amazon. The creature's physical features amplify the terror it evokes. Its single eye, a grotesque reminder of its unnatural appearance, symbolizes a world that is not always as it seems. In folklore, one eye often represents a form of all-seeing knowledge, a perspective that transcends human understanding. For those who believe in the mapinguari, its gaze holds the secrets of the forest, a reminder that some truths are best left undiscovered. Even as adults, many carry the childhood stories of the mapinguari with them, instilled with a sense of caution and reverence. They tell their children to respect the forest, to listen to its whispers, and to heed the tales of the creatures that dwell within. This bond with nature runs deep, rooted in the belief that the mapinguari is more than just a monster, it is part of the spirit of the Amazon itself. In moments of quiet reflection, one can almost feel the presence of the mapinguari watching from the shadows, a protector of its realm. The fear it instills is matched only by the respect it commands. As the legends evolve, so too does the understanding of the creature's role within the ecosystem. Some may see it as a mere beast to be feared, while others view it as a powerful symbol of nature's mystery and majesty. In the depths of the Amazon, the mapinguari continues to roam, a figure of folklore and fear, woven into the fabric of the land. Its legacy lives on in the hearts of those who hear its story, a haunting reminder of the power of nature and the unknown. It teaches the importance of coexistence with the wild, a lesson that resonates through time and space. As the forest holds its breath, the legend of the mapinguari thrives, an eternal presence that lingers in the minds of all who dare to listen. The creature's story echoes through the trees, reminding everyone of the wonder and danger that exist in the world. The Amazon is alive with the spirit of the mapinguari, a creature that transcends the boundaries of myth and reality, forever watching over the land it calls home. On the foggy waters of Chiloé Island, whispers fill the air about a mysterious ship known as El Kalush. It is not just any vessel, this phantom ship sails through the mist, gliding silently over the waves, a spectral sight that ignites the imagination and sends chills down the spine. The tales of El Kalush are rich with emotion, blending tragedy and hope, love and loss, echoing the lives of those who have loved and lost along the shores of this beautiful yet eerie place. El Kalush is said to be a magnificent ship, adorned with bright colors that shimmer even in the darkest of nights. But its beauty is deceptive, as it carries not the living but the souls of the dead, lost and searching for peace. Sailors and fishermen who have been fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to glimpse the ship describe its eerie glow, illuminating the surrounding waters as it moves with a graceful yet haunting elegance. When the wind howls and the waves crash against the rocks, it's easy to believe that the spirits aboard are singing their final lullabies, longing for the shores they left behind. Those who live near the coast share stories of encounters with El Kalush, their voices trembling with a mix of fear and wonder. One fisherman, a weathered man with salt and pepper hair, recalls a night when the sea was particularly restless. The clouds loomed ominously overhead, and the air felt heavy with an otherworldly presence. He was out on his boat, casting his nets into the dark waters, when he suddenly heard laughter, a joyful sound that seemed out of place amidst the storm. Curiosity tugged at him, and he turned to see the glowing ship, dancing upon the waves. He froze, unable to look away as he saw shadowy figures moving about on deck, their faces shining with a light that didn't belong to this world. He quickly turned his boat away, a chill racing down his spine, but he could not escape the sound of their laughter. The sound filled his heart with an odd mix of sadness and joy, a reminder of all the laughter he had shared with loved ones long gone. He returned home that night, shaken but strangely comforted by the idea that perhaps the spirits were not lost, but rather celebrating life in a way he could not understand. The legend of El Kalush carries with it deep emotions, touching on themes of longing and remembrance. Many believe that the ship appears to guide souls to their final resting place, a safe passage through the tumultuous waters of the afterlife. The souls aboard are said to be those who were lost too soon, taken by storms or misfortunes, still clinging to the earthly world and the loved ones they left behind. The ship becomes a symbol of hope for those left on land, a promise that their loved ones are not forgotten and that they watch over them from beyond. The islanders have their own ways of honoring those who have passed. They light candles along the shore, their flickering flames casting gentle shadows against the dark waves. As they stand there, whispers of prayers float into the night air, mingling with the salty breeze. They believe that these offerings may help guide the lost souls, ensuring they find their way to El Kalush when the time comes. Each candle represents a memory, a moment shared with those who have sailed away, and in that moment, the pain of loss transforms into a celebration of love and connection. But the legend also carries a warning. Many believe that if one sees El Kalush, it could mean a tragedy is imminent. Fishermen tell tales of those who have spotted the ghostly ship and then faced storms that claimed their boats or illnesses that took their lives too soon. The ship becomes a harbinger of sorrow, a reminder of the fragility of life and the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. Yet, in the same breath, the story teaches resilience and the importance of cherishing every moment. As dusk falls over Chiloé, the atmosphere shifts. The colors of the sky transform into hues of deep purple and orange, reflecting off the water's surface like a canvas painted by an unseen hand. The locals often gather on the shore, gazing out at the horizon, hoping to catch a glimpse of the fabled ship. They share stories, not just of fear, but of the beauty in the connections they have built and the memories they continue to honor. In the eyes of the islanders, El Kalush is not merely a ghost ship but a vessel of love and loss, an enduring symbol of the ties that bind them to those they have lost. The stories are passed from generation to generation, weaving a rich tapestry of tradition and emotion that holds the community together. When the wind howls and the sea roars, and El Kalush sails forth, the islanders look not with dread but with open hearts. They understand that life and death are part of a greater journey, one that weaves through the waters and echoes in the laughter of those who have gone before. As the ship glides across the moonlit waves, they find solace in the knowledge that love transcends even the darkest waters, carrying the memories of their loved ones safely home. Through the stories of El Kalush, the islanders remind themselves that while loss is a part of life, so too is love. And in the end, the laughter and memories shared on this side of existence become the light that guides the way for those lost in the shadows. In this dance between the living and the dead, hope continues to sail on the ghostly ship, whispering promises of reunion, of memories cherished, and of a love that never truly fades. High in the Andes Mountains, where the air is thin and the sky stretches endlessly, a powerful legend whispers through the valleys and peaks. It tells of Amaru, the serpent god, a mythical creature that embodies the duality of life and death. With the head of a serpent and the body of a dragon, Amaru is both beautiful and terrifying. It twists and coils through the mountains, a reminder of the balance that exists in all things. The stories of Amaru echo in the hearts of the people, blending their fears and hopes into a single, powerful narrative. As the sun begins to set, casting golden rays over the rugged landscape, the elders gather around a flickering fire. They share tales of Amaru, their voices filled with reverence and wonder. Each story carries a weight, a history that connects them to their ancestors. They speak of Amaru's majestic form, shimmering in the sunlight like precious gems, its scales glinting in hues of emerald and sapphire. But they also tell of its fearsome power, the ability to bring both destruction and renewal. In their eyes, Amaru is not just a creature of myth, it is a symbol of their struggles and triumphs. In the Andean villages, life often dances on the edge of uncertainty. The earth is both a nurturing mother and a fierce adversary. The villagers cultivate crops in the fertile valleys, relying on the sun's warmth and the rains to nourish their land. Yet, they know all too well that the same earth can shake and swallow their homes, and storms can destroy their livelihoods. This duality mirrors Amaru's existence. The serpent god teaches them that life is a cycle, filled with beginnings and endings, joy and sorrow. One night, as the villagers sat around the fire, a young girl named Ness listened intently to her grandmother's stories about Amaru. The old woman's voice quivered with emotion as she spoke of the great serpent that once guarded their village. According to the tales, Amaru could be seen coiled around the sacred mountain, watching over the people. Ness imagined the majestic creature, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. She longed to see Amaru, to feel its presence envelop her like a warm embrace. But there was more to the story. The grandmother warned that Amaru demanded respect. When the balance of nature was disrupted, when the people forgot to honor the earth, Amaru would rise in anger, bringing floods or droughts as a reminder of their connection to the land. Ness shivered at the thought. She understood that the serpent was a protector, but also a force that could unleash chaos if not revered. It was a delicate relationship that required trust and acknowledgement. As seasons passed, Ness became deeply aware of the struggles of her village. The crops thrived one year but failed the next. When a terrible drought struck, she watched as her friends and family faced despair. People whispered fears of losing everything they had worked for, their voices heavy with worry. Ness, feeling the weight of her village's sorrow, turned to the stories of Amaru for comfort. She found solace in the belief that the serpent was still watching, still present, even in their darkest moments. Determined to bring hope to her village, Ness began to gather her friends. She told them of Amaru's teachings, the importance of balance and respect for the earth. They decided to hold a ceremony, a celebration of gratitude for the life that surrounded them. They would give thanks for the sun, the rain, and the soil, acknowledging the struggles they faced, but also the beauty that remained. On the day of the ceremony, the villagers gathered at the foot of the sacred mountain. They brought offerings of fruits and flowers, singing songs of thanks. Ness felt a surge of emotion as she joined her friends in dance, the rhythm of their movements mirroring the heartbeat of the earth. The energy in the air shifted, and for a moment, she could almost feel Amaru's presence, wrapping around her like a protective embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the sky, the villagers stood together, united in their hope and determination. They closed their eyes and whispered prayers to Amaru, asking for guidance and support. The night sky filled with stars, twinkling like the eyes of the serpent god, and for the first time in a long time, Ness felt a glimmer of hope. Days turned into weeks, and soon the rains returned. The villagers rejoiced, celebrating the life-giving water that poured from the heavens. Ness felt a deep connection to the earth, to Amaru, and to her community. The balance had been restored, and they understood that their unity and respect for the land had brought them through their darkest days. The legend of Amaru became more than just a story, it transformed into a living truth that bound the villagers together. Ness often found herself gazing up at the sacred mountain, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. She had come to realize that life and death, joy and sorrow, were intertwined in a beautiful tapestry woven by the serpent god's presence. As time passed, the stories of Amaru continued to echo through the generations. The villagers taught their children about the importance of balance and respect for the earth, ensuring that the legacy of the serpent god lived on. Ness grew up to be a wise leader, sharing her experiences with the youth and reminding them of the lessons learned in their darkest moments. The legend of Amaru serves as a powerful reminder of the complexities of life, the beauty that exists alongside the pain, the joy that rises from the depths of sorrow. The serpent god watches over the Andes, a symbol of resilience and unity, a guardian of the delicate dance between life and death. Each time the villagers look to the sacred mountain, they remember the stories, the struggles, and the hope that Amaru instilled in their hearts. In the shadows of the Andes, the spirit of Amaru continues to thrive, weaving through the lives of the people, whispering tales of love, loss, and the eternal bond between nature and humanity. The serpent god is not merely a figure of myth, but a living force that brings them together, reminding them that through the darkness there is always a glimmer of light, a promise of renewal, and a path forward. In the arid deserts of ancient Persia, where the sun blazed fiercely and shadows danced like phantoms, a creature haunted the dreams of many. This was no ordinary beast, but the manticore, a legendary figure woven into the rich tapestry of Persian mythology. With the body of a lion, the face of a man, and the tail of a scorpion, the manticore was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, an embodiment of nature's raw power and fierce beauty. The manticore roamed the land, feared by travelers and villagers alike. Its roar echoed across the valleys, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. It was said that this creature could devour its prey whole, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. But beyond its terrifying reputation, the manticore represented something deeper, a reflection of the human experience, filled with both light and darkness. One evening, a young boy named Amir sat outside his humble home, watching the sun sink below the horizon. The colors of the sky transformed into shades of orange and purple, and the stars began to twinkle like distant lanterns. As he gazed at the beauty above, he felt a heaviness in his heart. His village had been plagued by drought for many moons. The rivers ran dry, the crops withered, and hope seemed to fade like the last rays of sunlight. Amir had heard the stories of the manticore from his grandmother, tales woven with fear and fascination. She spoke of how the creature was born from the earth itself, a guardian of nature's balance. Yet, the manticore was also a harbinger of destruction, a reminder of the consequences of human actions. Its presence loomed large in the minds of the villagers, an embodiment of their fears and the harsh realities of their lives. That night, Amir lay awake, the haunting stories of the manticore swirling in his mind. He envisioned the creature prowling through the shadows, its piercing gaze watching over the land. He wondered if the manticore was angry, if it sensed the suffering of his people. As he drifted into sleep, he dreamed of the manticore, a magnificent beast standing atop a hill, its mane flowing like golden grass in the wind, its eyes filled with ancient wisdom. The next day, Amir decided to seek answers. He ventured into the heart of the desert, determined to find the manticore. Armed with nothing but his courage and a small pouch of food, he journeyed through the arid landscape. The heat bore down on him, but he pressed on, fueled by hope and a longing to understand the creature that had haunted his dreams. After hours of wandering, Amir reached an oasis, a hidden jewel in the harsh desert. The water shimmered under the sun, and palm trees swayed gently in the breeze. As he rested, he closed his eyes and listened to the soothing sounds of nature. In that moment of tranquility, he felt a presence beside him. When he opened his eyes, there stood the manticore. The creature was magnificent. Its golden fur glistened in the sunlight, and its human-like face was filled with an expression of understanding and sorrow. Amir felt a rush of fear and awe, but he stood his ground. "Manticore," he said, his voice trembling, "I have come to seek your wisdom. My village suffers, and I wish to know why." The manticore regarded him with a gaze that pierced through to his very soul. "Young one," it spoke, its voice resonating like thunder, "you seek answers, yet the truth lies within your heart. I am both a protector and a destroyer, a reflection of the world you live in." Amir felt a shiver run down his spine. "What must we do to restore balance?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The land thrives when respect is shown," the manticore replied. "Honor the earth, give thanks for its gifts, and your village will flourish once more. But know this, the path to balance is not without sacrifice." The manticore's words struck Amir like a lightning bolt. He understood now that the struggles of his village were tied to their relationship with nature. They had taken too much without giving back. The drought was a warning, a call to return to the old ways of respect and gratitude. But what sacrifice could he offer? "Return to your village," the manticore instructed. "Gather your people. Show them the power of unity, the strength of gratitude. Together, you must honor the earth." With that, the manticore slowly faded into the shimmering air, leaving Amir with a sense of purpose. He hurried back to his village, his heart racing with determination. When he arrived, he gathered the villagers and shared the encounter with the manticore. They listened, their faces a mixture of skepticism and hope. Inspired by Amir's courage, the villagers decided to hold a ceremony of gratitude. They gathered food, flowers, and water, offerings to the earth that had sustained them. They sang songs of thanks, their voices rising into the sky, echoing through the valleys. As they celebrated, a miracle unfolded before their eyes. Dark clouds began to gather above, and soon, rain poured down in torrents. Laughter filled the air as children danced in the puddles, their spirits lifted by the life-giving water. The rivers swelled, and the land came alive once more, vibrant and green. Amir watched in awe, realizing that the manticore had not just been a beast of legend, but a guiding spirit. The creature had opened their eyes to the truth of their existence, reminding them of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. With every drop of rain that fell, the village grew stronger, more united in their respect for the earth. In the years that followed, the village thrived. They honored the manticore with rituals and celebrations, teaching the children the importance of gratitude and harmony. The stories of the beast transformed from tales of fear into legends of hope, illustrating the beauty of balance. Amir grew up to be a wise leader, guiding his people with the teachings of the manticore. The creature remained a symbol of resilience and understanding, a reminder that even the fiercest beasts could teach the most profound lessons about life, love, and the responsibilities they carried. In the end, the manticore was more than just a legendary creature, it became a part of the village's heart. It represented the struggle for balance, the delicate dance between destruction and renewal. As long as they honored the earth and respected its gifts, the manticore would watch over them, a guardian of their hopes and dreams, and a living reminder of the strength that comes from unity and gratitude. In the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, where rivers carved paths through the arid earth and the sun painted the skies with vibrant colors, stood a creature of extraordinary power and grace. This was the Lamassu, a majestic being that combined the strength of a bull, the wings of an eagle, and the wisdom of a human. It was not just a statue, it was a protector, a guardian of cities, and a symbol of hope for the people who sought its protection. As you walked through the bustling streets of ancient cities like Babylon or Nineveh, the Lamassu loomed above, its presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. These colossal figures, often positioned at the entrances of palaces and temples, stood like silent sentinels, watching over the inhabitants. They were meant to ward off evil spirits and ensure that safety enveloped the people within the city walls. Yet, they represented so much more than mere stone and craftsmanship. The Lamassu held the hopes and fears of those who called this place home. A young girl named Layla lived in one of these vibrant cities. Her laughter echoed through the narrow streets, filled with the sounds of merchants calling out and children playing. But beneath her joyful spirit lay a deep longing, a desire for security and the safety of her family. The world around her was beautiful, yet unpredictable. News of wars and invasions whispered through the air, bringing shadows of fear into her heart. Layla often found herself wandering to the entrance of her city, drawn to the towering Lamassu that stood guard. The creature's intricate carvings told stories of bravery and protection. She would sit beneath it for hours, imagining it coming to life, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky to shield her from harm. In her mind, the Lamassu was not just a statue, it was a friend, a protector who listened to her dreams and fears. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Layla visited the Lamassu once more. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle breeze wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. As she closed her eyes, she whispered her hopes to the great guardian, wishing for peace and safety for her family and her city. In her heart, she felt a flicker of warmth, as if the Lamassu were acknowledging her presence. The sensation was unlike anything she had ever felt before. It was as though the creature was more than stone, it was alive, and it cared. She began to believe that her dreams could reach beyond the walls of her city, that perhaps the Lamassu was listening, guiding her thoughts and wishes. Days turned into weeks, and as tensions in the region escalated, Layla's family grew anxious. Her father, a humble farmer, worked tirelessly in the fields, while her mother often looked at her with worry in her eyes. Layla, wanting to bring hope to her family, continued to visit the Lamassu, sharing her worries and fears. Please keep my family safe, she would say, her voice barely a whisper. Please protect us from the storms that come. One fateful night, the sounds of chaos erupted in the city. The air was filled with the clanging of metal and the cries of frightened voices. Layla's heart raced as she peered out from her home. Fear washed over her, paralyzing her thoughts. But then, as if in a dream, she remembered the Lamassu, the great guardian that had always been there for her. With determination, she rushed toward the entrance of the city. The streets were filled with confusion, but Layla pushed through the throng of people, her heart set on reaching her protector. As she stood before the Lamassu, its imposing figure cast a long shadow over her. Please, she cried out, protect us. In that moment, something incredible happened. As the chaos swirled around her, she felt a surge of energy emanating from the Lamassu. It was as if the creature had awakened, its wings fluttering with an ancient power. A brilliant light surrounded Layla, illuminating her fears, and she felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her. As the darkness of the night deepened, the Lamassu seemed to come alive. A low rumble echoed through the air, and the creature's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly glow. Layla felt a connection stronger than ever before. She knew that the Lamassu was there to protect her, her family, and her city. With newfound courage, she turned to the people around her, urging them to come together, to stand strong in the face of fear. We have a guardian, she called out, her voice rising above the clamor. We are not alone. The Lamassu's light radiated throughout the city, weaving through the shadows of doubt and fear. The people, drawn to Layla's voice and the shimmering presence of the Lamassu, began to rally together. Families embraced each other, neighbors joined hands, and the spirit of unity blossomed in the face of adversity. The night wore on, and as dawn broke over the horizon, the chaos began to fade. The invaders, sensing the strength of the united people and the mighty presence of the Lamassu, withdrew. Peace returned, slowly but surely, and the city began to breathe again. Layla stood before the Lamassu, tears streaming down her cheeks as she felt the warmth of gratitude enveloping her heart. Thank you, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. You saved us. As the sun rose, casting a golden glow over the city, the Lamassu stood tall and proud, a symbol of resilience and hope. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was strength in unity, and that the bonds of community could not be broken. From that day forward, the Lamassu became more than just a protector, it became a part of the city's identity. The people honored it with festivals and celebrations, sharing stories of Layla's courage and the bond they all shared with the Guardian. Layla grew into a wise woman, inspiring generations with her tales of the Lamassu and the power of unity. The Guardian continued to stand watch, its wings spread wide, ensuring that the spirit of hope and resilience would never wane. In the hearts of the people, the Lamassu was more than stone. It was a living symbol of their strength, a reminder that love and unity could conquer even the darkest fears. In a time when shadows loomed over communities, where fear whispered through the streets, a legend arose that brought hope and strength to those who needed it most. This is the tale of the Golem, a creature of clay and spirit, forged by a humble yet wise man to protect his people. The Golem was not just a being made of earth, it was a symbol of resilience, a guardian created from love and necessity. The story begins in the heart of Prague, where Jewish families faced persecution and uncertainty. Among them lived Rabbi Judah Loh, a kind-hearted man known for his wisdom and deep faith. He watched as his people suffered, their hopes dimmed by the darkness of hatred and fear. Rabbi Loh knew he had to act, to protect his community from the dangers that surrounded them. His heart ached for the innocent, and he felt a calling to create something that could stand against the tide of despair. One night, in the flickering candlelight of his study, Rabbi Loh began to shape the clay. With each careful movement, he infused the lifeless earth with his thoughts, his prayers, and his unwavering love for his community. He whispered sacred words, breathing life into the figure he molded. As dawn broke, a miracle occurred. The Golem opened its eyes, filled with the spirit of protection. Towering and strong, it was a sight that struck awe and fear in equal measure. The Golem became a protector, a guardian of the Jewish community. With its massive hands and gentle heart, it walked through the streets, keeping watch over the people as they went about their daily lives. Children laughed and played under its watchful gaze, their fears washed away by the mere presence of this creature. It was more than a protector, it was a reminder that hope could still bloom, even in the darkest of times. As news of the golem spread, so did its reputation. The people who had once been afraid now walked with their heads held high, emboldened by the strength of their guardian. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, Rabbi Low noticed something that troubled him. The golem, though created from clay, was becoming something more. It began to move with an autonomy that frightened the rabbi. The protector's actions were guided by instinct rather than the gentle hand of its creator. One evening, a group of villagers gathered in the town square, their faces filled with hope. They spoke of how the golem had saved them from an attacking mob, defending the community without hesitation. The rabbi listened, pride swelling in his heart for what the golem had accomplished. But alongside that pride was a creeping fear. He knew that power without guidance could lead to destruction. The golem's strength was undeniable, but it was also unpredictable. Rabbi Low understood that the creature, created in a moment of desperation, could become a source of chaos if not kept in check. He began to worry that the very being he had crafted to protect his people could inadvertently harm them if left uncontrolled. Determined to ensure the safety of his community, Rabbi Low took action. He returned to his study, his heart heavy with the weight of his decision. He inscribed the word Emet, meaning truth, on the golem's forehead. This word symbolized the protection and strength of the golem, reminding it of its purpose. However, Rabbi Low knew that there was a balance to be maintained. Should the golem ever become too powerful or lose its way, he had to be ready. With a heavy heart, he also inscribed the word Met, meaning death, and knew that by erasing the first letter of Emet, he could return the golem to the clay from which it had come. As days turned into weeks, the golem continued to protect the Jewish community. However, the rabbi's worries did not fade. The creature was fiercely loyal, and its strength was undeniable, but it was also learning, adapting in ways that frightened him. One night, an angry mob descended upon the town, fueled by hatred and fear. The golem sprang into action, protecting the innocent and driving back the attackers with its incredible strength. It was a fierce battle, but the golem prevailed, standing tall and fierce against the darkness. The townspeople cheered, but Rabbi Low felt a pang of fear. The golem had saved them, but he knew the power it possessed. As the sun rose the next day, he could feel the unease growing in his heart. Was the golem truly a protector, or had it become something else? In the following days, as the golem continued its duties, Rabbi Low made a decision. He could no longer allow the creature to roam free without restraint. One quiet evening, he approached the golem, whose massive figure stood illuminated by the moonlight. "Great protector," he said, his voice trembling. "You have served my people well, but I fear your power may lead to destruction. I must keep you safe, for you are not just clay, you are our hope." With trembling hands, Rabbi Low reached up and gently erased the first letter of Emet. As he did, a profound silence filled the air. The golem began to tremble, its massive frame shaking as it slowly crumbled to the ground. The protector, who had been a symbol of strength and resilience, returned to the lifeless clay from which it was made. Tears filled the rabbi's eyes as he knelt before the remains of the golem. He mourned not just for the creature but for the hope that had faded from his community. The golem had been a protector, a guardian in their darkest hours. Its sacrifice was a reminder of the balance between power and responsibility. In the weeks that followed, the people mourned the loss of their protector. Yet, as time went on, they realized that the strength of the golem lived on within them. The bravery it had inspired ignited a flame in their hearts. The community came together, supporting one another, standing united against the hatred that had once threatened to tear them apart. Rabbi Low became a beacon of hope, reminding his people that while the golem was no longer by their side, their strength was born from love, unity, and resilience. They were the protectors of their own destiny, drawing from the spirit of the golem to stand tall in the face of adversity. The legend of the golem became a cherished story, passed down through generations. It served as a reminder that even in times of darkness, hope could be forged from clay and spirit. The golem's story was not just about the creature, it was about the power of community, the strength found in unity, and the enduring spirit of protection that lived within each person. As the years turned to centuries, the tale of the golem became more than just folklore, it became a symbol of resilience, echoing in the hearts of those who faced challenges. The golem's spirit continued to inspire generations to rise up, protect their communities, and carry the torch of hope into the future. In the heart of Tatar folklore lies a tale that strikes fear and courage in equal measure, a story of bravery and sacrifice against a fearsome beast known as the Xylent. This serpent dragon, with its glistening scales and fiery breath, brought terror to the city of Kazan. For years, it roamed the skies, casting dark shadows over the lives of the people below. Fear gripped the hearts of families, and hope began to fade as the monster wreaked havoc. The Xylent was no ordinary creature. With its massive wings that beat like thunder, it descended upon Kazan, snatching livestock and setting homes ablaze. The air was thick with panic as townsfolk whispered tales of the beast, its name becoming synonymous with dread. Children would cling to their mothers, listening to warnings of the creature that swooped from the mountains, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. The once vibrant city now stood under a shroud of fear, its people searching for a glimmer of hope. Among the frightened citizens was a young warrior named Badr. With fire in his heart and determination in his spirit, he could not bear to see his community suffer any longer. Badr was not just a fighter, he was a dreamer who believed that courage could light the way through darkness. Night after night, he would gaze at the sky, hoping for a sign that a way existed to defeat the dragon that haunted his home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in hues of orange and purple, Badr sought guidance from the wise elder of Kazan. The old man, known for his deep knowledge of ancient lore, sat by a flickering fire, his eyes reflecting the flames. "The Xylent is powerful, but it is not invincible," the elder said, his voice steady. "It thrives on fear. To conquer it, you must rally your people and awaken the strength that lies within them." Inspired by the elder's words, Badr set out to gather the townsfolk. He walked through the cobblestone streets, speaking passionately to anyone who would listen. "Together, we can defeat the Xylent. We must stand united and face our fears. The strength of our hearts can banish the darkness." His words ignited a spark of hope. One by one, the people of Kazan began to join him. They brought their weapons, their courage, and their determination to fight back against the monster that had tormented them for so long. Together, they prepared for the battle that would determine their fate. As the day of reckoning approached, tension filled the air. The townsfolk gathered at the edge of the forest, their hearts pounding like war drums. They knew the Xylent would come, it always did. Badr stood at the front, his resolve unwavering. He reminded them of the lives lost and the tears shed, urging everyone to fight not just for themselves, but for their families, their future, and the very soul of Kazan. Finally, the moment arrived. The ground trembled as the Xylent descended from the clouds, its massive wings casting a dark shadow over the brave warriors below. Badr's heart raced as he caught sight of the creature, its serpentine body glistening, eyes burning with fury. The air crackled with fear, but the courage of the people surged like a tidal wave. With a deafening roar, the Xylent swooped down, unleashing flames that lit up the night. But the people of Kazan stood firm, a united front against the beast. They charged forward, their weapons raised high, fueled by the dreams of a brighter future. Badr led the charge, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. The Xylent roared in anger, thrashing its powerful tail, trying to scatter the brave souls who dared to confront it. But the warriors of Kazan had come together as one, refusing to back down. The battle raged on, and amidst the chaos, Badr felt a surge of energy from his fellow fighters. Each cry of courage, each act of bravery, created a shield against the Xylent's fury. They fought not only with weapons, but with the love and hope that bound them together. In a moment of clarity, Badr saw an opening. He climbed a nearby hill, raising his sword high. "This is our moment." "For Kazan," he shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. The townsfolk rallied behind him, their voices rising in a unified battle cry. With all his strength, Badr launched himself towards the Xylot, sword gleaming in the fading light. The dragon, caught off guard by the sheer determination of the humans, faltered. In that instant, Badr struck true, piercing the creature's heart. The Xylot let out a final roar that echoed through the mountains, a sound filled with rage and disbelief. As the beast fell, a hush fell over the battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and silence enveloped Kazan. The warriors stood frozen, hearts pounding, unsure of what to feel. Had they truly defeated the Xylot? Then, as if to answer their unspoken question, a warm light began to emerge from the dragon's lifeless body. It filled the night with a golden glow, illuminating the faces of the townsfolk. In that moment, they understood that the Xylot had not just been a monster, it had been a reflection of their own fears. With the defeat of the Xylot, the darkness that had gripped Kazan began to lift. The people embraced each other, tears of relief streaming down their faces. They had faced their greatest fear together and emerged stronger. Badr, though exhausted and battered, felt a profound sense of pride and fulfillment. He had led his people through the storm, transforming fear into hope. The story of their courage would be told for generations to come, reminding everyone that even in the face of the fiercest monster, love and unity could triumph. As the sun rose the next day, casting its warm rays over the city, the people of Kazan gathered to honor their fallen enemy. They built a monument, not just to commemorate the Xylot, but to celebrate their courage and resilience. The tale of Badr and his fellow warriors became a cherished story, passed down through the ages. In time, the Xylot became a symbol of the strength that lies within each of us. The people learned that true power comes not from fear, but from love, unity, and the unyielding spirit of a community willing to stand together. And so, the legend of the Xylot, the serpent dragon of Kazan, became a heartwarming reminder that even the darkest nights could give way to the brightest dawns. In the stillness of the Australian outback, where the sun sinks low and paints the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink, there lurks a creature of legend, a being whose name sends shivers down the spine. The Bunyip is not just a story whispered among the trees, it is a haunting presence that has terrified the Aboriginal peoples for generations. With its mysterious silhouette moving through the murky waters of Billabongs, this water monster has captured the imaginations and fears of many. The tales of the Bunyip echo through the ages, told around campfires as the stars twinkle above. Descriptions vary, with some saying it has the body of a giant seal and the face of a dog, while others speak of its long, spindly limbs and menacing fangs. Regardless of its form, one thing remains clear: the Bunyip embodies the fears of those who dare to wander too close to the water's edge. On a warm summer evening, the air thick with humidity, a young boy named Jaran sat by the banks of a billabong, enchanted by the soft ripples of the water. His mother had warned him countless times, stay away from the water at night, that's when the Bunyip comes. But like many curious children, Jaran was drawn to the mysteries of the night, convinced that he could face any fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness crept in, wrapping around the land like a heavy blanket. Jaren's heart raced as the night sounds filled the air, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the distant calls of owls. He could almost hear the whispers of his ancestors, reminding him of the stories they had shared. With a mix of bravery and naivety, he leaned closer to the water, peering into its depths. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The water began to churn, and he felt a shift in the air. It was as if the very earth held its breath. Jaran stepped back, his heart pounding. The stories of the Bunyip flooded his mind, the tales of those who had vanished near the billabongs, never to be seen again. Yet, curiosity overpowered his fear. He leaned closer again, and that's when he saw it. Emerging from the shadows, the Bunyip's eyes glowed like two lanterns in the night, locking onto Jaren's with a piercing gaze. Its massive head broke the surface, revealing sharp teeth and a long, glistening tongue that flicked in and out like a serpent. The creature's skin shimmered with a slick sheen, and its presence was both magnificent and terrifying. Jaran felt his breath catch in his throat. He had never seen anything like it. The Bunyip let out a sound that was both a growl and a mournful cry, resonating through the stillness of the night. It was a sound that spoke of loneliness and rage, of a creature cursed to dwell in the depths, forever separated from the world above. Jaren's heart raced, and in that moment, fear washed over him like a cold wave. He stumbled backward, ready to flee, but the Bunyip's gaze held him in place. In that instant, Jaren realized that the Bunyip was not merely a monster, it was a symbol of the struggles faced by the land and its people. The tales told of its wrath were rooted in something deeper, perhaps a warning to respect the waters and the spirits that resided within them. The creature was a guardian of the Billabong, a reminder of the connection between nature and humanity. Jaren's fear began to shift into understanding. The stories had painted the Bunyip as a monster, but perhaps it was merely a misunderstood being, driven to protect its home. Gathering his courage, he took a step forward, his voice trembling but determined. "I'm not here to harm you. I just wanted to see." The Bunyip paused, tilting its head as if considering his words. In that moment, a connection formed between boy and creature, a bridge built from mutual respect. Jaren understood that the Bunyip was not just a figure of fear, it was a guardian, a being that wanted to be acknowledged, not feared. As the night wore on, Jaren found himself entranced by the Bunyip's presence. He spoke to the creature, sharing his dreams and fears, his hopes for the future. He could feel the weight of its loneliness, a creature cursed to haunt the water while longing for companionship. He realized that it too, like him, had a heart, and within that heart was a desire to be understood. As dawn began to break, casting a golden light over the Billabong, Jaren knew it was time to return to his family. He took a step back, looking into the Bunyip's eyes one last time. "I won't forget you," he promised. "I'll tell your story, and I'll make sure others understand that you're not just a monster." With that, Jaren turned and ran back to his village, his heart filled with a sense of purpose. The Bunyip watched him go, its massive form slowly submerging back into the depths of the Billabong. For the first time in ages, it felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the boy would share the truth, transforming fear into understanding. Days turned into weeks, and Jaren kept his promise. He spoke of the Bunyip with reverence, sharing the story of their encounter with anyone who would listen. He painted vivid pictures with his words, describing the creature not as a monster but as a guardian of the waters, deserving of respect and compassion. Slowly, the villagers began to change their perspective. They taught their children not to fear the water, but to approach it with caution and respect. The tales of the Bunyip transformed from horror stories into lessons about the importance of harmony with nature. People began to leave offerings by the Billabong, honoring the spirit that dwelled within, acknowledging the power of the land and its mysterious inhabitants. As the years passed, Jaren grew into a young man, becoming a storyteller who bridged the gap between the old tales and the new understanding. The Bunyip became a beloved part of his community's folklore, a creature that no longer instilled fear but inspired respect and admiration. It was a reminder of the bond between people and the natural world, a symbol of the importance of listening to the land and honoring its spirits. One night, as Jaren sat by the Billabong, he felt a presence nearby. Looking out over the water, he saw the familiar glow of the Bunyip's eyes emerging from the depths. This time, there was no fear, only gratitude. They shared a moment of understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the journey they had taken together. In that quiet moment, Jaren realized the true power of stories. They have the ability to change hearts and minds, to transform fear into understanding. The Bunyip, once a creature of terror, had become a part of the community's heart, a guardian not only of the Billabong but also of the lessons learned along the way. And as the stars twinkled above, both boy and creature found peace, knowing that the bond forged between them would live on through the generations, a testament to the power of connection and compassion. In the misty mountains of New Zealand, where lush green forests cradled sparkling rivers, a creature lurks in the depths of legends, weaving a tale of awe and respect. The Tanawa is no ordinary being. It is a guardian monster, a creature revered and feared by the Maori people, a symbol of strength and protection that dances on the edge of dreams and reality. Its name carries whispers of power and mystery, telling stories of both danger and salvation. In a small village nestled by a glimmering lake, the people gathered as the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The children played near the water's edge, their laughter ringing through the air. Yet, in the hearts of the elders, a sense of caution lingered. They understood the dual nature of the Tanawa, its ability to protect and its capacity to destroy. An elder named Micah, with skin withered like the bark of an ancient tree, often spoke of the Tanawa during these gatherings. "The Tanawa watches over us," she would say, her voice low and steady. "But we must respect the waters and the land. It is a guardian, yes, but it demands our honor." The children listened with wide eyes, caught between fear and wonder. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled and rain poured down in sheets, a young girl named Hina huddled under a blanket. She was captivated by her grandmother's stories, but now the darkness felt heavy, and the lightning outside seemed to reach for her. Hina's heart raced with every clap of thunder. She knew the tales of the Tanawa, stories of a magnificent creature with scales that shimmered like jewels, eyes that glowed like the moon, and a voice that could shake the earth. Curiosity tugged at Hina's heart. What did the Tanawa really look like? Did it truly protect the village? The fear swirled inside her, but so did a deep longing to understand this legendary guardian. With a resolve born of youthful bravery, she decided to find out for herself. As the rain let up and the world outside became still, she slipped from her bed and quietly crept toward the lake. The moon cast a silver light over the water, creating a shimmering pathway that beckoned her closer. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the night. Hina approached the water's edge, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She knelt down, peering into the depths. "Tanawa," she called softly, her voice trembling. "Are you here?" At first, there was only silence, the gentle lapping of the water against the shore, but then, from the depths of the lake, a ripple disturbed the surface. Hina's breath caught in her throat as the water began to swirl and churn. With a mighty splash, the Tanawa emerged, a magnificent creature that filled her with both fear and wonder. Its enormous form glistened in the moonlight, scales reflecting colors that danced like rainbows. The Tanawa's eyes were deep pools of wisdom, shining with an intensity that pierced through the darkness. Hina stood frozen, awestruck by the sight before her. Here was the guardian of her people, the creature woven into her village's very essence. The Tanawa moved gracefully, its powerful body cutting through the water as if it belonged to the very waves themselves. It let out a low, rumbling sound, a mix of a growl and a song that resonated deep within Hina's chest. She felt a strange connection with the creature, as if it could sense her fears and dreams. Hina gathered her courage and spoke again, her voice steadier this time. "I am Hina, and I seek your guidance. Why do the villagers fear you?" The Tanawa paused, its gaze fixed on her, and in that moment, Hina felt a rush of emotions, loneliness, strength, and an ancient sorrow. She could see it was not merely a creature of destruction, but a being shaped by its purpose. The Tanawa was a guardian, yes, but it was also a protector of the waters, a keeper of balance. Hina took a step closer, the water lapping gently at her feet. "I want to understand you. I want to help the village respect the water and all its spirits." With a powerful movement, the Tanawa sank back into the depths, swirling the water around it like a silken curtain. Hina felt a rush of panic, but steadied herself. "Please, don't go," she cried out, her heart aching. She didn't want to lose this moment of connection. But as if answering her unspoken wish, the Tanawa resurfaced, moving closer to the shore. It let out a deep, echoing sound, and Hina understood it was a warning and a call. The Tanawa wanted her to see, to understand that the balance between humanity and nature was fragile. Suddenly, a vision flooded her mind. She saw the village, the people playing and fishing, and the water shimmering under the sun. But she also saw dark clouds gathering, a storm brewing on the horizon. The Tanawa was showing her the consequences of neglecting the waters, of not respecting the life within them. It was a powerful message. Nature had its limits, and the Tanawa would protect its domain fiercely. Tears filled Hina's eyes as she realized the weight of responsibility resting upon her shoulders. She nodded, understanding the call to share this lesson with her people. The Tanawa had chosen her, and in that moment, she felt a bond that transcended fear, a connection built on respect and love for the land. The creature let out a soft, resonant sound, almost like a purr, and Hina felt a warmth envelop her, a feeling of acceptance and protection. The Tanawa was more than a guardian, it was a teacher, guiding her to embrace her role in the village. As the first light of dawn began to break, painting the world in soft pastels, the Tanawa slowly began to submerge, but not before turning to Hina one last time. Its gaze held a promise, a silent vow to watch over her and her people, as long as they respected the waters and the life they held. Hina returned to the village with a newfound purpose, her heart racing with the power of her experience. She shared her encounter, her words flowing like the rivers that crisscrossed the land. The villagers listened, their eyes widening with wonder as she spoke of the Tanawa, not as a monster, but as a protector, a guardian who needed their respect. From that day forward, the people changed. They honored the waters, offering thanks and remembering the bond they shared with the Tanawa. The lake became a place of reverence, a symbol of their connection to nature and each other. Hina grew into a leader, teaching the next generation the importance of balance, respect, and understanding. Years passed, and Tycho grew into a leader, guiding the village with compassion and wisdom. The lessons of Digi echoed through the generations, a reminder of the responsibility they bore to protect their home. The village flourished, becoming a beacon of hope and harmony in a world often lost to chaos. As Tycho stood by the shore one evening, watching the sun dip below the horizon, he felt a sense of peace enveloping him. He closed his eyes and whispered a prayer of gratitude to Digi, knowing that the serpent god was always watching over them. The waves lapped gently at the shore, and the breeze carried with it the promise of life and renewal. In that moment, Tycho understood the true essence of creation, the bond between humanity and nature, the delicate balance that must be maintained. Digi, the serpent god, was not just a figure of fear, he was a guardian, a reminder of the beauty and fragility of life, a call to action that resonated in the hearts of all who listened. The legacy of Digi lived on, woven into the very fabric of their existence, a timeless tale of love, respect, and responsibility that would continue to guide future generations. In the heart of the dense, shadowy forests of Russia, a tale stirs the imagination and sends shivers down the spine. It is a story of Baba Yaga, a witch who roams the woods, her presence both feared and strangely fascinating. Picture her, with wild hair that resembles tangled vines, eyes like glowing embers, and a crooked nose that seems to sniff out secrets. She is not just any witch, she is Baba Yaga, a figure woven into the very fabric of Russian folklore, known for her magical abilities and her mysterious house that stands on chicken legs. The legend of Baba Yaga is one that resonates deeply with those who hear it. Children gather around their elders, eyes wide with wonder, as they listen to the stories of her strange home that can move on its own, turning to face the intruder at any moment. It is said that her house spins around in circles, its chicken legs tapping the ground as if it were a living creature. To enter, one must recite a special phrase, a secret that only the bravest dare to learn. But even stepping inside does not guarantee safety, for Baba Yaga is known to be as unpredictable as the wind. In a village near the edge of the forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. She was curious and brave, with a heart full of dreams. One cold winter day, as snowflakes danced in the air, Anya's grandmother fell ill. Desperate to help, Anya remembered the old stories of Baba Yaga. They spoke of her ability to heal, but also of her tricky nature. With her heart pounding, Anya decided to venture into the woods, determined to seek out the witch. She wrapped herself in a thick coat and set off, each step crunching on the fresh snow. The tall trees loomed over her, their branches bare, creating a canopy that blocked out the sun. Anya felt a chill run down her spine, but she pressed on, guided by hope and courage. As she walked deeper into the forest, Anya recalled the tales her grandmother told her, the tales of those who had visited Baba Yaga and returned, their lives changed forever. Some spoke of her as a villain, a terrifying creature who devoured the unwary. Others described her as a helper, offering guidance to those who sought her wisdom. It was this dual nature that filled Anya with both fear and determination. Finally, after what felt like hours, Anya found herself in front of Baba Yaga's house. It stood tall and crooked, its legs moving restlessly, as if it were alive. The windows gleamed with an eerie light, and Anya could hear strange sounds coming from within. Taking a deep breath, she approached and called out, "Baba Yaga, I seek your help." Silence followed, and for a moment, Anya thought she might be too late. But then the door creaked open, revealing a figure wrapped in shadows. Baba Yaga stepped out, her presence commanding and fierce. "Why have you come to my domain, little girl?" she asked, her voice a mixture of curiosity and caution. With trembling hands, Anya explained her grandmother's illness and her desperate need for a cure. She felt a knot of fear in her stomach, unsure of how the witch would respond. Would she be met with kindness or anger? Would Baba Yaga help, or would she turn her away? Baba Yaga studied Anya with piercing eyes, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, surprisingly, the witch smiled, a crooked grin that sent shivers down Anya's spine. "Very well, child," she said. "I will help you, but first, you must complete a task." Relief flooded Anya, but she knew better than to trust too easily. "What do you want me to do?" she asked cautiously. Baba Yaga gestured toward a nearby grove, where a tree stood tall and ancient, its branches heavy with ice. "Bring me 3 golden apples from that tree. Only then will I grant your wish." Anya nodded, ready to accept the challenge. She raced toward the tree, her heart pounding. But as she reached it, she realized it was no ordinary tree. Its branches were guarded by fierce winds and swirling snow, each gust more powerful than the last. Anya felt fear creeping back, but she pushed it aside. She remembered her grandmother's words, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face it." With determination, she took a step forward. The winds howled around her, but Anya stood firm, her eyes locked on the shimmering apples glistening like stars against the white backdrop. She extended her hand, feeling the cold bite of the air, and grasped the first apple. The moment she touched it, a rush of energy surged through her, but she didn't stop. She reached for the second, then the third, and as she did, the winds began to calm. Breathless and victorious, Anya returned to Baba Yaga, the golden apples held tightly in her hands. "I have completed your task," she exclaimed, pride shining in her eyes. Baba Yaga examined the apples, her expression inscrutable. Then, with a nod, she waved her hand, and a pot of bubbling potion appeared. "Drink this, and it will heal your grandmother," she instructed. Anya accepted the potion with gratitude. "Thank you, Baba Yaga. I will remember your kindness," she said, her heart swelling with appreciation. As she turned to leave, Baba Yaga called out, "Wait, child." Anya paused, sensing a change in the atmosphere. "You have shown bravery and determination. Remember, there is more to me than what the stories tell. I am both helper and villain, guardian and threat. Use this knowledge wisely." Years later, as she sat by the lake with her own children, Hina would point to the water and smile, knowing the Tanawa was always there, watching over them, a guardian of their hearts and home. The stories of the Tanawa became a cherished part of their culture, a reminder that true strength lies in respect for all living things and the wisdom of nature. And as the sun dipped below the horizon once more, casting a golden glow over the water, Hina felt the gentle breeze carry a familiar sound, a soft rumble that echoed through the trees. A gentle reminder that the Tanawa would always be there, a guardian monster wrapped in the spirit of love and protection, a symbol of the enduring bond between humanity and the natural world. In the heart of Fiji, where emerald islands rise from crystal-clear waters, there exists a tale that stirs both fear and reverence. Digi, the serpent god, weaves through Fijian mythology, a creature of magnificent power and profound significance. It is said that Digi is more than just a serpent, he is a god of creation and judgment, watching over the land and its people with a gaze that penetrates the soul. The legend begins on a stormy night, when the sky was dark and heavy, and the wind howled like a restless spirit. In a small village nestled among towering palm trees, the villagers huddled together, their hearts pounding in unison. They spoke in hushed whispers about Digi, the serpent that could unleash storms and floods or bring life and abundance. Their lives were intertwined with this powerful deity, and they both feared and respected him. Among the villagers was a young boy named Tycho, full of curiosity and wonder. He would often sneak away from his chores to sit by the shore, watching the waves crash against the rocks. Tycho had heard the stories of Digi, how he coiled around the islands, shaping the land, creating the mountains, and filling the rivers with life. Tycho longed to see this great serpent, to understand his power and what it meant for the people of Fiji. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Tycho felt an inexplicable pull to the beach. Something in the air whispered to him, a call that he couldn't ignore. He raced down the path, his bare feet barely touching the ground, until he reached the water's edge. The ocean shimmered like a blanket of stars, and the air crackled with energy. Suddenly, a ripple broke the surface of the water, sending a shiver down Tycho's spine. His heart raced as he saw a massive figure rising from the depths. It was Digi, emerging from the ocean like a wave crashing upon the shore. The serpent was majestic, with scales that glimmered in the fading light, reflecting hues of green, blue, and gold. His long, sinuous body undulated gracefully, and his eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom. Tycho stood frozen, a mixture of fear and awe flooding his senses. The serpent's gaze met his, and in that instant, Tycho felt a rush of emotions, fear, respect, and an overwhelming sense of purpose. Digi was not merely a creature of legend, he was real, and he was watching. With a voice like thunder rolling across the mountains, Digi spoke. "Child of the land, why do you summon me?" His voice resonated deep within Tycho, echoing through his very being. Tycho, though trembling, found the courage to answer. "I wish to understand you, great Digi. I want to know what it means to be your people." The serpent shifted, his massive form curling around Tycho, creating a cocoon of warmth and safety. "To be my people is to honor the earth, to respect the waters and the skies," Digi replied. "I am both creator and judge. In my embrace, life flourishes, but I also hold the power to cleanse the land of those who forget their connection to nature." Tycho listened intently, the weight of Digi's words sinking deep into his heart. He could feel the urgency behind them, a call to action that resonated through the ages. "What can I do to honor you?" Tycho asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Live with purpose," Digi replied, his gaze fierce yet compassionate. "Teach your people the importance of balance. Protect the land and the sea, for they are sacred. Remember that every action has a consequence, and it is your responsibility to uphold the harmony of creation." As the serpent spoke, Tycho envisioned the beauty of Fiji, the lush forests, the vibrant coral reefs, the songs of birds echoing through the trees. He understood the fragile balance of life, the interconnectedness of all things. In that moment, Tycho felt a sense of purpose igniting within him, a flame that would guide his actions. The ocean swirled around them, and Tycho could feel Digi's power flowing through the water, a current of life that connected them all. He knew that he had to share this wisdom with his village, to awaken their spirits and inspire them to care for the world around them. But just as quickly as the connection formed, it began to fade. Digi lifted his head, the sky darkening as storm clouds gathered. "The time has come for you to return, young one," he said, his voice now softer but still resonating with authority. "Do not forget what you have learned. My eyes will be upon you." Tycho felt a mixture of sadness and determination as he stepped back from the serpent. "I won't forget, Digi. I promise to honor you and share your message with my people." With that promise lingering in the air, Digi dove back into the depths of the ocean, leaving behind a shimmering trail of light. The storm clouds began to disperse, and Tycho stood at the shore, feeling the weight of the encounter settle in his heart. He was no longer just a boy, he was now a bearer of a sacred truth, a protector of the land. As he made his way back to the village, Tycho's mind raced with thoughts and ideas. He knew the importance of Digi's teachings. The village had to understand the consequences of their actions, the pollution of the rivers, the deforestation of the land. They had to learn to live in harmony with the world around them, to respect the land as their ancestors had. When he arrived, the village was buzzing with activity. Tycho gathered the people, his heart pounding with excitement. He stood before them, his voice strong and clear. "I have seen Dgi, the serpent god. He spoke to me and shared his wisdom. We must honor the land and protect our waters. We must remember that our actions have consequences." The villagers listened, their faces a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Tycho recounted his encounter, describing the beauty of Dgi and the weight of his words. Slowly, the energy shifted, and the people began to nod, their hearts awakening to the truth Tycho had shared. From that day forward, the village transformed. They became stewards of the land, planting trees, cleaning the rivers, and respecting the waters that had nurtured them for generations. They celebrated the beauty of creation, honoring Dgi through songs and rituals, their hearts aligned with the rhythm of nature. Anya nodded, understanding the weight of those words. She stepped back into the forest, the weight of the world feeling lighter. With each step, she felt a newfound respect for the witch, realizing that Baba Yaga was a reflection of life itself, complex, unpredictable, and deeply connected to the human experience. Back in the village, Anya rushed to her grandmother's side and gave her the potion. Within moments, her grandmother opened her eyes, a smile spreading across her face. The warmth of love enveloped them both, a bond stronger than any magic. That night, as Anya lay in bed, she thought of Baba Yaga. The stories of the witch no longer filled her with fear. Instead, they became a tapestry of understanding, of compassion, courage, and the lessons hidden within darkness. The Witch of the Woods was not just a character in a tale, she was a reminder of the duality of existence, of the choices we make, and of the strength found in vulnerability. In the years that followed, Anya grew into a wise woman, sharing her own stories of Baba Yaga with the children in the village. She taught them about bravery, the importance of understanding, and the complexity of life. The legacy of the witch transformed from a figure of fear into one of empowerment, forever etched in the hearts of those who listened. The forest remained, filled with whispers of ancient magic, and the tale of Baba Yaga became a symbol of the wisdom passed down through generations. It echoed in the laughter of children and the warmth of familial bonds, reminding all who heard it that even the most fearsome figures can hold the key to healing, understanding, and growth. In the vast, rugged landscapes of Kazakhstan, where the mountains touch the sky and the winds whisper ancient tales, a legend stirs the imagination. It is the story of Almasty, the wild man, a creature who has roamed these wild terrains for centuries. Descriptions of Almasty echo through the valleys like a haunting melody, a blend of mystery and awe that captures the hearts of those who hear it. Almasty is often depicted as a towering figure, covered in thick, shaggy hair, with piercing eyes that seem to hold the secrets of the wilderness. Locals speak of him in hushed tones, a blend of fear and respect. To them, he is more than just a creature, he is a guardian of the land, a spirit of the wild that walks among the trees and streams, evading the eyes of those who seek him. His presence brings both chills and a strange comfort, a reminder of the untamed world that still exists beyond the grasp of civilization. In a small village nestled at the foot of the mountains, there lived a boy named Asker. He was a dreamer, captivated by the stories of Almasty told by his grandfather by the fireside. Each tale painted a vivid picture of the wild man, sparking a sense of adventure within Asker. He longed to catch a glimpse of this legendary creature, feeling an unexplainable connection to the stories woven through the fabric of his homeland. One crisp autumn morning, driven by curiosity and a yearning for adventure, Asker set off into the wilderness. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched underfoot as he walked deeper into the forest. He imagined Almasty watching him, hidden among the trees, curious about this young boy who dared to venture into his realm. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Asker felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. The tales warned of Almasty's elusive nature, and he wondered if he would ever truly see him. He pictured the wild man as a solitary figure, lost in his thoughts, perhaps even lonely in his eternal wanderings. Asker's heart ached for this creature of the wild, sensing that beneath the myths and fears, there lay a story of longing and solitude. Hours passed, and just as Asker began to lose hope, he stumbled upon a clearing. The light filtered through the branches, casting a golden glow on the ground. In the center stood a massive tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, a sentinel of the forest. As he approached, a sudden rustling caught his attention. He froze, his heart racing as he turned to see a shadow moving just beyond the tree line. Could it be Almasty? Asker held his breath, every sense heightened. There, partially hidden behind the tree, stood a figure, tall and covered in fur, with eyes that glinted like stars in the night sky. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Asker felt an overwhelming urge to move closer, to understand this being that had inspired so many stories. But as he took a step forward, the creature turned and fled deeper into the woods. Asker felt a pang of disappointment, but also a spark of hope. He had seen Almasty, even if only for a fleeting moment. It felt like a message, a reminder that the wild was alive, and that magic still existed in the world. Determined to learn more, Asker decided to return to the forest each day. He would bring small offerings, fruit, nuts, and bits of bread, hoping to entice the wild man to reveal himself once more. Each day, he would sit quietly, sharing stories of his own, speaking into the vastness, believing that Almasty could hear him. Days turned into weeks, and as winter approached, the forest changed. The once vibrant colors faded into shades of gray and white, the air growing colder. Yet, Asker's spirit remained undeterred. He could feel a connection growing, an understanding blossoming between the boy and the wild man. One chilly morning, as frost kissed the ground, Asker returned to his spot near the great tree. He sat quietly, the silence of the woods wrapping around him like a warm blanket. He closed his eyes and began to speak, sharing tales of his village, dreams of the future, and the longing for adventure. In that moment, he felt a presence beside him, a warmth that contrasted the cold air. When he opened his eyes, Almasty stood before him. The wild man was even more magnificent up close, his eyes filled with ancient wisdom and a sadness that resonated deep within Asker's soul. The boy felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration, but he knew he had to speak. "You are not alone," Asker whispered, his voice trembling. "I see you, and I understand your loneliness." The wild man watched, and slowly, a change came over him. He stepped closer, his gaze softening as he knelt beside Asker. In that moment, words were not necessary. They shared a silent bond, a connection that transcended language. Asker could feel the weight of centuries resting on Almasty's shoulders, the burden of solitude that came with being a legend in a world that had forgotten the old ways. Days turned into nights as Asker visited Almasty, and their friendship grew. The wild man taught him about the forest, its secrets and rhythms, how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the leaves. In return, Asker shared stories of his people, of laughter and joy, of dreams that soared like the eagles above. And so, they began their journey back to the village. As they walked side by side, a bond formed between the brave girl and the giant demon. They shared stories, laughter, and moments of vulnerability. The Daila, once a figure of terror, began to open up, revealing the gentleness that lay beneath his fearsome exterior. When they arrived at the village, fear filled the hearts of the villagers as they spotted the Daila beside Nino. They ran, hiding in their homes, afraid of what they could not understand. But Nino stood firm, her voice rising above the panic. "Stop! He's not here to harm us. He's changed. He can be our protector." With determination in her eyes, Nino stepped forward, urging the villagers to listen. She told them of her journey, of the Daila's past as a guardian, of the pain that had transformed him into a creature of terror. As she spoke, the villagers began to peek from their homes, confusion giving way to curiosity. Slowly, the giant demon knelt down, lowering his massive head to the ground. "I am not here to hurt you. I am here to protect you. Please, give me a chance to show you who I am now." It was a moment of truth, the culmination of their journey. The villagers hesitated, but Nino's bravery began to shine a light in the darkness of their fears. One by one, they stepped forward, seeing not a monster, but a being who had suffered and longed for acceptance. The Daila's heart, once cold and hardened, began to soften as he felt the warmth of their acceptance. A flicker of hope ignited within him, spreading like wildfire through the village. Over time, the Daila became a part of the community, transforming from a creature of fear into a guardian once more. The villagers learned to trust him, and in turn, he protected them from danger, watching over them with fierce loyalty. Nino's courage had opened the door to understanding, and the bond forged between them blossomed into a friendship that would last a lifetime. As seasons changed and the years passed, the tale of the Dyla evolved. No longer was he just a fearsome giant demon, he became a symbol of redemption and the power of compassion. The mountains, once filled with whispers of fear, echoed with laughter and joy as the villagers celebrated their guardian, grateful for the brave girl who dared to see beyond the surface. In the stark, icy landscapes of Greenland, where the sun barely kisses the horizon and the wind howls like a restless spirit, a chilling tale echoes through the cold air. It is the story of the Kalapalik, a sea hag whose presence sends shivers down the spines of both children and adults alike. This creature, hidden beneath the thick ice, is said to snatch unsuspecting children who venture too close to the shore. In the heart of the Inuit legends, the Kalapalik serves as a haunting reminder of the dangers that lurk in the beautiful yet treacherous wilderness. The village, nestled among the icy cliffs, was vibrant with the sounds of laughter and play. Children ran freely, their cheeks flushed from the biting cold, their laughter ringing like bells against the icy backdrop. But amidst this joy, there was an unspoken fear that lingered, a warning passed down through generations. The elders often gathered around the fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames as they shared stories of the Kalapalik. With wide eyes, the children listened, their hearts racing at the thought of the creature waiting beneath the surface. "Stay close to home," the elders would say. "Don't wander near the ice. The Kalapalik is watching." The words hung heavy in the air, a reminder that not all was safe in their world. The story spoke of the Kalapalik's long, bony fingers reaching up through the ice, ready to pull children into the freezing waters below. Once taken, it was said that they would never be seen again, their laughter silenced forever. Among the children was a curious girl named Asha. With a spirit as wild as the wind and a heart full of adventure, she often felt the pull of the sea. Asha loved the shimmering ice, the way it sparkled under the sunlight, and the mysteries it held beneath its surface. But deep down, the stories of the Kalapalik haunted her thoughts. She would often stand at the edge of the shore, peering into the depths, wondering what lay beneath. One crisp morning, as the village slept, Asha awoke with an unquenchable curiosity. The call of the sea was too strong to resist, and the morning light glinted off the ice like diamonds. Ignoring the warnings, she slipped on her warmest clothes and quietly made her way to the shore. The world was still, the only sound the gentle lapping of the waves against the ice. Asha felt a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins as she approached the water, her breath coming in soft puffs of steam in the cold air. As she stood at the edge, she peered into the clear water, her reflection shimmering back at her. The beauty of the ice, the serenity of the moment, made her forget the tales of the Kalapalik, even if just for a moment. But as she leaned closer, captivated by the beauty of the underwater world, she heard a whisper, soft and eerie, carried by the wind. It seemed to call her name, drawing her in like a moth to a flame. "Come closer," the voice seemed to beckon. "I won't hurt you." Asha's heart raced. She knew she should turn back, but the voice was enchanting, promising secrets of the sea. She took a cautious step forward, her toes brushing the edge of the ice. Just then, a ripple disturbed the surface of the water, and Asha's eyes widened in shock. From the depths emerged the Kalapalik, its greenish skin glistening with the icy water, long hair flowing like seaweed around its face. With wide eyes, Asha gasped, and in that moment, fear gripped her heart. The creature's bony fingers reached out, extending toward her as if to beckon her closer. Asha stumbled back, the stories flooding her mind, but a strange sense of calm washed over her. "Why do you fear me, little one?" the Kalapalik asked, its voice echoing like the waves crashing against the shore. "I do not want to harm you." Asha, trembling, could hardly believe her ears. The creature, as terrifying as it appeared, spoke with a gentleness that felt almost comforting. "But the stories," Asha stammered, her voice barely a whisper. "You take children. You are a monster." The Kalapalik's expression softened, and in its eyes, Asha saw a flicker of sadness. I was once a protector of the sea, a guardian of the waters. But I have been misunderstood, feared by those I only wished to help. Asha's heart ached at the sorrow in the creature's voice. What happened to you? She asked, her fear slowly melting away, replaced by empathy. I was cursed long ago, the Kalapalik said, its voice heavy with emotion. Those who came before you saw me not as a protector but as a threat. They turned their backs on me, and I became what they feared. I do not wish to take your children, I only wish to protect them. As the last days of winter faded into spring, Asker knew it was time for him to return to his village. His heart ached at the thought of leaving his friend behind, but he understood that the wild man belonged to the wilderness. They shared one last moment beneath the great tree, the sun shining down upon them. You will always be a part of me, Asker said, his voice filled with emotion. And I will carry your stories with me. With a heavy heart, Asker turned to leave, but Almasty reached out and touched his shoulder gently. The boy turned back, and in the wild man's eyes, he saw a glimmer of hope. Almasty nodded, a silent promise that their bond would endure, no matter the distance. As Asker made his way home, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had met Almasty, not just as a legend, but as a friend. The wild man was not a creature to be feared, but a spirit of the land, a guardian of all that was beautiful and wild. In the years that followed, Asker grew into a storyteller, sharing his adventures with the village. He spoke of Almasty, inspiring others to look beyond the surface of myths and legends. The boy who once sought a glimpse of the wild man became a bridge between two worlds, the world of humans and the world of nature, reminding everyone that sometimes the greatest friendships come from the most unexpected places. As the stories of Almasty spread, the villagers began to see the wilderness with new eyes. They learned to respect the land, to listen to its whispers, and to cherish the spirit of Almasty that roamed the mountains and valleys. In their hearts, they understood that every creature, no matter how elusive, plays a vital role in the tapestry of life. In the misty mountains of Georgia, where the air is thick with ancient tales and the shadows dance under the moonlight, a terrifying legend roams, the Daila, a giant demon whose very name sends shivers down the spines of those who dare to speak of him. With a heart as cold as stone and a hunger that knows no bounds, the Daila is an ogre of immense size, a bloodthirsty creature that strikes fear into the hearts of villagers. But beyond the terror and the darkness, there lies a story of desperation, courage, and the longing for peace. In a small village nestled at the foot of the mountains, the tales of the Daila were told around flickering fires. Parents whispered warnings to their children, urging them to stay close to home and never wander too far into the woods. The villagers spoke of the Daila as if he were a living nightmare, a creature that could crush a house with a single hand and devour a flock of sheep in moments. The very thought of the giant demon lurking in the shadows cast a pall of fear over their lives. Amidst this fear lived a brave young girl named Nino. She was known for her adventurous spirit and a heart full of kindness. Nino loved the mountains and the vast forests, often wandering farther than any other child in the village. She felt a strong connection to nature, to the beauty that surrounded her. But as much as she adored her home, the stories of the Daila haunted her dreams, filling her with unease. One night, after hearing another chilling tale about the ogre, Nino couldn't sleep. The fear that gripped the village felt all-consuming, and she longed for answers. Why did the Daila terrorize their lives? What had driven him to become such a fearsome creature? Driven by curiosity and a desire to understand, Nino decided to venture into the heart of the mountains the next day. As dawn broke, casting golden rays over the valleys, Nino set off, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and fear. She climbed steep trails, her determination guiding her. With every step deeper into the forest, she could hear the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the distant sound of rushing water. Yet, the stories of the Daila echoed in her mind, warning her of danger lurking nearby. As the sun began to dip low in the sky, painting the horizon with hues of orange and purple, Nino found herself in a clearing. At the center stood a massive rock, worn and weathered, and it was there that she noticed something strange. The ground was littered with bones, remnants of the creatures that had fallen prey to the giant demon. Her heart raced as she realized that she was standing in the very lair of the Daila. Suddenly, a loud roar shattered the stillness, sending vibrations through the ground beneath her feet. Nino's heart sank as she turned to see the outline of a massive figure emerging from the shadows. The Daila stood before her, towering and terrifying, with eyes that glowed like burning embers and a gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth. Nino's instincts told her to run, to escape, but something held her in place, a mix of fear and an unexplainable need to understand this creature. The Daila seemed taken aback by her presence. Instead of lunging forward, he paused, his eyes narrowing as he steadied her. Nino felt a strange connection, as if beneath the monstrous exterior, there was a deeper story waiting to be told. Summoning every ounce of courage she had, she spoke, her voice trembling but resolute. "Why do you terrorize our village? What makes you so angry?" To her surprise, the Daila halted. His massive form quivered, and he seemed to contemplate her question. For a moment, Nino saw a flicker of pain in his eyes, a glimpse of something that resembled sorrow. The roar that had once filled the air with fear faded, replaced by a silence that was almost palpable. Nino took a cautious step forward, her heart pounding, determined to listen. As if her words had broken a spell, the Daila lowered his head, revealing scars that crisscrossed his face and arms. "I was once a guardian," he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant. "But betrayal turned me into this. My heart turned to stone when those I protected turned against me, driven by fear of what they did not understand." Nino listened, her heart aching for the creature before her. "But you have the power to change," she whispered, stepping closer, despite the instinct to run. "You don't have to be alone. You can protect us again." The Daila raised his head, surprise etched across his monstrous features. In that moment, Nino saw the struggle within him, the battle between the creature he had become and the guardian he once was. "I am feared. They will never accept me," he said, sorrow filling his voice. With compassion flowing through her, Nino reached out, her small hand touching his massive claw. "You can show them that you are more than just a monster. Let them see your true self, and maybe they will understand." A silence enveloped them as the Daila pondered her words. For the first time, he allowed himself to feel the weight of hope. "Will you stand with me?" he asked, his voice softer now. "Will you help me show them I can change?" With a resolute nod, Nino promised, "Together, we can make them see. I will tell them the truth about you." Asha felt a wave of understanding wash over her. She stepped closer to the edge of the ice, curiosity replacing fear. "But how can you protect us if you are feared?" The Kalapalak's eyes brightened with hope. "If only one child would speak of me as a guardian instead of a monster, the fear could fade. Will you help me show your village that I am not the creature of nightmares they believe me to be?" Asha thought for a moment, her mind racing. It would take great courage to convince her village to see the Kalapalak in a new light. "Yes," she said finally, her voice steady. "I will help you. But you must promise to show me the wonders beneath the ice." The creature nodded, its face breaking into a gentle smile that transformed its features. Together, they plunged into the icy waters, Asha feeling the cold embrace of the sea wrap around her. As they swam deeper, the world opened up before her eyes. Schools of fish danced in shimmering patterns, colorful corals stretched out like a garden, and the beauty of the underwater realm took her breath away. The Kalapalak guided her through this enchanting world, sharing stories of the creatures that lived beneath the ice, of ancient legends and forgotten tales. Asha felt a bond forming, not just with the creature, but with the sea itself. The fear that once clouded her heart transformed into admiration and respect. When they finally resurfaced, Asha stood at the edge of the ice, exhilaration coursing through her veins. "I will tell them the truth," she promised. With newfound determination, Asha raced back to the village, bursting through the doors of her home, her heart pounding with excitement. She gathered the children, calling them to listen. "I met the Kalapalak. It's not a monster, it's a protector of the sea." At first, her words were met with skepticism. The elders shook their heads, reminding her of the tales that had been passed down through generations. But Asha stood firm, recounting her adventure, the beauty of the underwater world, and the sorrowful story of the Kalapalak. She shared the promise of protection, her voice steady and filled with conviction. Slowly, the villagers began to listen, their expressions shifting from doubt to curiosity. They saw the fire in Asha's eyes, the passion that ignited as she spoke of the misunderstood creature. Over time, they gathered the courage to approach the shore, drawn by the hope of a new understanding. Days turned into weeks, and the village slowly opened its heart to the Kalapalik. They learned to respect the waters, honoring the sea and its guardian. The Kalapalik, no longer seen as a monster, became a symbol of protection and respect for the natural world. Through Asha's bravery and the bond she formed with the Kalapalik, fear transformed into understanding, and the village thrived. Children played near the shore, no longer fearful of the depths, but instead filled with a sense of wonder and respect for the mysteries of the sea. In the icy landscapes of Greenland, the Kalapalik became a legend not of terror, but of redemption, a reminder that sometimes the most beautiful friendships blossom from understanding, compassion, and the courage to look beyond the surface. In the misty fjords of Alaska, where towering mountains kiss the sky and dark waters shimmer under the pale moonlight, there lies a legend that sends chills down the spines of even the bravest souls. The story of the Kushtaka, the shape-shifting otter spirits, weaves through the ancient tales of the Tlingit people. These creatures, with their enchanting appearances, hide a sinister nature that lures the unsuspecting to their doom. The Kushtaka can take on many forms, sometimes appearing as playful otters, splashing and frolicking in the water, drawing children and adults alike to the shores. Their sleek, furry bodies glisten in the sunlight, captivating anyone who sees them. But beneath this charming exterior lies a malevolence that is as deep as the dark waters they inhabit. Once someone draws near, the Kushtaka can shift into a more fearsome shape, revealing their true, terrifying selves. The legend warns that if you hear the sounds of laughter or playful splashes echoing across the water, you should turn back immediately. In a small coastal village, nestled among the rugged coastline, lived a young girl named Layla. With hair as dark as the night and eyes that sparkled like the stars, she had a spirit filled with wonder. Layla often wandered along the shore, her heart beating with excitement at the prospect of discovering hidden treasures washed up by the tide. She loved the ocean and the stories of the creatures that lived within its depths. The villagers would tell her tales of the Kushtaka, cautioning her to be careful, but the pull of the water was too strong. One sunlit afternoon, while the villagers went about their daily chores, Layla found herself wandering farther than usual. The salty breeze danced through her hair as she approached the water's edge. It was a beautiful day, and the sun glimmered on the surface like 1,000 diamonds. Suddenly, she heard it, laughter echoing across the waves, a sound that rang out like music. It was enchanting, drawing her closer and closer to the water. Layla peered into the depths, her heart racing with curiosity. There, just beneath the surface, she saw them, the Kushtaka, their playful shapes darting in and out of the water, sparkling with mischief. In that moment, she felt a mix of thrill and dread. The stories echoed in her mind, but the laughter was too tempting, too beautiful to resist. "Come play with us," one of the Kushtaka called, its voice sweet and melodic. It appeared to shift, taking on the shape of a handsome young man with dark hair and bright eyes. "We're just having fun. Don't you want to join?" Layla hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. But the young man smiled, and his laughter rang out again, so inviting. In her heart, she yearned for adventure and the thrill of the unknown. Just for a moment, she thought. Just to see what it's like. As she stepped closer to the water, the Kushtaka's eyes gleamed with excitement. It felt as if the sun itself had drawn her in, warming her from the inside out. But as she moved toward the edge of the shore, a sudden chill gripped her heart, and she remembered the tales her grandmother had told her by the fire. "Once you enter the water, they will trap you," her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind. The Kushtaka are not to be trusted. But it was too late. The moment she took a step into the water, the Kushtaka shifted, their playful demeanor fading. The young man's smile turned sinister, revealing sharp teeth, and his form warped back into that of an otter, eyes narrowing as they focused on her. "Why resist the fun, Layla?" it hissed, its voice now dripping with malice. "Stay with us forever. We can play all day." Panic surged through Layla. She felt the cold water rush around her, its icy fingers wrapping around her legs. The laughter transformed into haunting echoes, reverberating in her ears as fear clawed at her heart. The stories flooded back, images of villagers disappearing, never to be seen again. With a sudden burst of strength, she tore her gaze away from the Kushtaka, forcing herself to remember her home, her family, and the love that awaited her. Drawing upon every ounce of willpower, she turned and ran, splashing through the water as she fought against its grip. She heard the calls of the Kushtaka, their voices now a cacophony of anger and frustration. "Come back! You can't escape," they shouted, their once enticing laughter twisted into shrieks of rage. Layla's heart pounded in her chest as she raced along the shore, the cold water splashing around her. She could hear the Kushtaka's splashes behind her, feel their presence closing in. But she was determined. She had to warn her village, to protect them from the dangers that lay hidden beneath the surface. As she ran, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the water. With every step, she could feel the heat of her fear fueling her determination. She burst into the village, her breath coming in gasps as she stumbled into the circle of her people. "The Kushtaka! They're real," she cried, her voice trembling. "They're out there, pretending to be playful. We must warn everyone." The villagers gathered around her, their faces a mix of confusion and concern. They had always warned their children of the Kushtaka, but they had never truly believed. The elders exchanged worried glances, remembering the lost souls of the past, those who had wandered too close to the water. "Layla, are you certain?" one elder asked, stepping forward. "Yes," she insisted, her heart racing. "I saw them. They can change their form, and they want to lure us into the water. We must protect our children." Slowly, the weight of her words began to settle over the villagers. They remembered their own tales, the stories of lost ones that echoed through their history. It wasn't just a legend, it was a warning, a truth that demanded respect. The elders called for a gathering, and soon the village was alive with whispers and urgent discussions. They lit bonfires along the shore, illuminating the night sky as they shared stories and passed down the warnings to the younger generation. From that day on, the villagers took the tales of the Kushtaka to heart. They taught their children about the dangers lurking in the water and instilled in them the respect for the sea. No longer were the Kushtakas seen merely as playful spirits, they became a symbol of caution, a reminder of the thin line between allure and danger. Layla's bravery had transformed the fear into knowledge. The village became stronger, united in their resolve to protect one another. As time passed, the stories of the Kushtaka shifted from whispers of fear to tales of resilience. They spoke of the power of awareness and the strength of community. In the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkled above, Layla would sit by the shore, her heart full of gratitude for the lessons learned. She gazed out at the dark waters, knowing that the Kushtaka still lingered beneath the surface. But now, they were no longer a source of terror, they were a reminder of the strength found in understanding and the importance of heeding the warnings of the past. In the heart of Thailand, as dusk settles and the sun dips below the horizon, the world transforms into a shadowy realm where whispers carry on the wind. The air becomes thick with anticipation, and a sense of unease blankets the village. It's the time when the Krahang awakens. This malevolent spirit, known for its terrifying ability to fly, haunts the nights, sending chills down the spines of those who hear its eerie call. Legend tells of a time long ago when the Krahang was a man, living among the villagers. His name was Adin, a man who once had a kind heart but was consumed by jealousy and hatred. His envy for those who thrived around him twisted his soul, turning him into a creature of darkness. When he passed away, his spirit did not find peace. Instead, it transformed into the Krahang, cursed to roam the night sky, seeking revenge on those he believed wronged him. The Krahang is not an ordinary ghost. It has the power to soar high above the trees, its long hair trailing like shadows in the wind. Its eyes glow like fiery embers, piercing through the darkness, while its body, once human, now appears ghostly and thin. This spirit carries a fearsome reputation, known for swooping down into villages at night, and instilling terror with its haunting cries. It targets the weak and the innocent, luring them away from their homes with its wailing song, promising safety and comfort, only to lead them into the depths of despair. In one quiet village, where the rice fields glimmered in the moonlight, lived a young girl named Molly. With laughter that could brighten the darkest days and a spirit as warm as the sun, Molly was adored by her family and friends. But the whispers of the Crahang filled the air, creating a shadow over her joyous heart. Her grandmother, who had lived through many seasons, often warned her of the dangers lurking in the night. "Molly, dear," her grandmother would say, her voice trembling with age. "If you hear the wailing of the Crahang, do not be tempted to follow it. Stay close to home, for the night holds secrets that can steal your joy." Molly listened, though she couldn't help but feel a thrill at the thought of adventure. The tales of the Crahang intrigued her, filling her mind with images of mystery and danger. But as the full moon rose high in the sky, the fear began to settle in. One fateful night, as a soft breeze caressed the village, Molly sat outside, her thoughts drifting under the starry sky. The world around her was quiet, the only sounds being the rustling leaves and the distant call of a night bird. Just as she closed her eyes, lulled by the gentle night, she heard it. A haunting wail echoed through the air, chilling her to the bone. It was the Crahang, its voice like a sorrowful lullaby, beckoning her to come closer. "Molly, come to me," it sang, the words wrapping around her like a shroud. Fear clutched at her heart, yet curiosity danced in her chest. The melody was beautiful and sorrowful, pulling her thoughts toward the darkness. The voice promised adventure, a chance to uncover secrets hidden away in the night. Against her better judgment, she rose to her feet, her heart pounding as she followed the sound. With each step, the village faded behind her, replaced by the whispering shadows of the forest. The wailing grew louder, weaving through the trees like a gentle wind, calling her name. Molly felt a strange mix of fear and excitement. She knew she shouldn't be out here, yet the lure was irresistible. The night air wrapped around her like a veil, and she pressed on. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees began to loom above her, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The moonlight flickered through the leaves, creating ghostly patterns on the ground. Molly's heart raced as she approached a clearing, her breath catching in her throat. There, hovering just above the ground, was the Crahang. Its long hair billowed in the wind, and its eyes glowed with an unsettling light. Molly felt a jolt of terror surge through her, but the spirit spoke to her with a voice that was both enchanting and menacing. "Why do you fear me, sweet child? I only wish to show you the world beyond your imagination. Come closer, and I will reveal the secrets of the night." Molly hesitated, torn between the instinct to flee and the intoxicating curiosity pulling her forward. The Crahang's gaze seemed to pierce her soul, and she felt drawn into its orbit. Yet, in the depths of her heart, she remembered her grandmother's warnings. "Stay away from the darkness," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling. In that moment of doubt, the Crahang's expression twisted into one of fury. The once sweet melody turned into a deafening shriek, echoing through the forest and sending vibrations through the ground. "You dare defy me?" it howled, and Molly's blood ran cold. The air grew thick with despair, and the shadows seemed to close in around her. With newfound strength, Molly turned on her heel and ran. Branches clawed at her arms, but she didn't stop. The wailing of the Crahang followed her, echoing in the stillness of the night, a relentless reminder of her near doom. "You cannot escape," it cried, the voice a chilling blend of anger and sorrow. Molly raced back through the trees, fear propelling her forward. The village lights flickered in the distance, a beacon of safety amidst the darkness. She could hear the distant laughter of her family and the familiar sounds of home. As she burst into the village, gasping for breath, she felt the weight of her terror lifting, replaced by relief and gratitude. The villagers gathered around her, worry etched on their faces. "Molly! What happened?" her grandmother cried, rushing to her side. "I heard the Crahang," she gasped, trembling. "I almost followed it. It wanted to take me away." Her grandmother's face paled, and she pulled Molly close, wrapping her in a protective embrace. "You are safe now, my dear. The Crahang seeks to trap those who stray too far from home. You did well to run. Remember, the night may seem enchanting, but it can be filled with danger. As the village came alive with murmurs of the night's events, the story of Molly's bravery spread like wildfire. They gathered together, sharing tales of the Crahang, not just as a warning, but as a reminder of the strength found in community and the importance of staying close to those we love. From that night on, Molly became a symbol of courage. Her close call with the Crahang served as a lesson for everyone in the village. They learned to respect the darkness, but also to embrace the light of their bonds with one another. The tales of the Crahang transformed from mere stories of fear into powerful lessons about the choices we make and the strength of family. As the years passed, the villagers continued to hear the distant wails of the Crahang on the nights when the moon was full. But instead of fear, they felt a sense of unity and resilience. They gathered together, sharing stories, laughter, and warmth as the shadows danced around them. And Molly, with her spirit bright and heart full, would sit among them, recounting her own tale of survival, reminding everyone that even in the darkest moments, the light of love and community can shine through, guiding us safely home. In the heart of Cambodia, where the lush jungles wrap around ancient temples and the rivers flow with stories of the past, whispers of the Neek Ta echo through the trees. These are the protective spirits of Cambodian mythology, often taking the form of serpents or intertwining with nature, embodying the land's history, culture, and deep-rooted connection to the earth. The villagers know the Neek Ta as guardians, fierce yet benevolent, who watch over their homes and sacred places, ensuring harmony between humanity and nature. In a small village nestled beside the mighty Mekong River, the people lived their lives in rhythm with the changing seasons. They cultivated rice, fished in the river, and shared stories that danced around flickering fires. Among them was a girl named Saphi. With hair that flowed like dark silk and eyes bright with curiosity, she was loved by everyone in her village. Saphi was known for her kind heart and her deep respect for the world around her. Every evening, as the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, Saphi would wander into the forest. She loved the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. She would often stop by a grand tree that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. The villagers believed that this tree was home to a Neek Ta, a spirit that protected the forest and the waters. Saphi would sit beneath its sprawling branches, whispering her dreams and wishes to the wind, hoping they would reach the spirit. One day, as she sat beneath the tree, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. A soft, melodious sound danced in the air, drawing Sophia's attention. She looked around, searching for the source of the sound, her heart racing with excitement. To her amazement, she saw a shimmering figure rising from the roots of the tree. It was the Neek Ta, its serpentine body glistening in shades of emerald and gold, its eyes like luminous orbs that held ancient wisdom. "Do not be afraid, child," the Neek Ta spoke, its voice like the flowing river. "I have watched over you and your village. Your kindness and respect for nature have not gone unnoticed." Saphi could hardly believe her ears. She felt a warm glow of happiness and pride. "I want to protect our land and help our village thrive," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The Neek Ta nodded, its long, graceful body undulating with the rhythm of the forest. "You possess a pure heart, Saphi. Remember, we are connected to the earth, the water, and each other. To nurture this bond is to embrace life itself." From that day on, Saphi visited the Neek Ta often. They would talk for hours, sharing stories and laughter. The spirit taught her about the delicate balance of nature, the importance of respecting the land, and the strength found in community. Saphi learned to recognize the signs in nature, the way the birds sang before a storm, or how the flowers bloomed after the rain. The Neek Ta showed her the beauty of her surroundings and how to live harmoniously with it. As time passed, however, the village faced challenges. A drought hit the region, and the rivers began to dry. The villagers struggled to find enough water for their crops, and fear began to creep into their hearts. They held meetings, discussing ways to save their harvest, but nothing seemed to work. Saphi felt the weight of despair pressing down on her, and she knew she had to do something. One evening, under the glow of the moon, Saphi made her way to the grand tree. With each step, determination filled her heart. "Nikta, I need your help," she called out, kneeling at the base of the tree. "Our village is suffering. We need rain to save our crops." The air around her grew still, and a hush fell over the forest. After what felt like an eternity, the Nikta emerged, its serpentine form glowing brightly in the moonlight. "You are brave, Sapi, to seek me in such a time of need," it said, its voice calm and soothing. "But you must understand that balance is essential. We cannot take from the earth without giving back." "I will do whatever it takes to protect my home," Sapi replied, her voice steady. "I promise to honor the land and all the spirits that dwell within it." The Nikta observed her closely, its wise eyes searching her heart. "Then I shall help you, but you must gather the villagers. Together, you will perform a ceremony to show your gratitude to the earth and the spirits who sustain you." With a renewed sense of purpose, Sapi hurried back to the village and shared the Nikta's words. The villagers, though skeptical at first, agreed to join her in honoring the land. That evening, they gathered at the riverbank, bringing offerings of fruits, flowers, and grains, symbols of their gratitude for the earth's gifts. As they stood together, hand in hand, Sapi felt a surge of hope. She led them in prayers, expressing their respect for the land and their desire to restore balance. The villagers' voices echoed through the night, a chorus of love and gratitude resonating with the spirit of the earth. Suddenly, a soft wind began to blow, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the villagers gasped as raindrops began to fall. First, they were tiny beads of water, then they turned into a steady downpour. Laughter erupted as they danced in the rain, feeling the life-giving water soak into the dry earth. The Nikta appeared above them, its eyes shimmering with joy. "You have honored the earth and shown your commitment to live in harmony," it said. "Remember this day, for it is a testament to the power of unity and respect." As the rain nourished the crops and filled the rivers, the village transformed. The laughter of children filled the air, and the fields blossomed with life. Sapi continued to visit the Nikta, sharing her experiences and learning more about the spirit's connection to the world around her. The villagers grew to appreciate the land more deeply. They held festivals to celebrate the seasons, honoring the spirits of nature and embracing their roles as caretakers of the earth. They learned to plant seeds that thrived in harmony with the soil, and they nurtured the rivers and forests, creating a bond that only grew stronger with each passing year. Sapi became a leader in her village, teaching others about the importance of respecting nature and fostering the connection between humans and spirits. Her heart swelled with pride as she watched her community thrive, all the while knowing that the Nikta was always watching over them, guiding them toward a brighter future. The legends of the Nikta lived on, passed down from generation to generation. The villagers continued to honor the spirits of nature, understanding that their lives were woven into the fabric of the earth. The Nikta became not just a guardian, but a symbol of hope and unity, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of compassion and community could bring forth life, joy, and abundance. And so, under the shelter of the grand tree and the watchful gaze of the Nikta, the village flourished, a testament to the power of respect, love, and the bonds that tie us to one another and the world around us. In the shadows of our cities and towns, there are stories that send chills down our spines. Tales of creatures that haunt the night, lingering just beyond the flicker of streetlights. These stories are whispered among friends, shared over campfires, and spread through the vast web of the internet. They speak of the unknown, of mysteries that tug at our curiosity and our fears. Modern cryptids have emerged from the depths of folklore, transforming into symbols of the strange and the unexplainable in our everyday lives. One of the most famous of these creatures is Mothman. It first emerged in the small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, in the 1960s. People reported seeing a large figure with glowing red eyes and massive wings that spanned nearly 10 feet. It appeared silently, often at night, watching from the shadows. Those who saw it described feelings of dread, as if the air itself thickened with an ominous energy. The Mothman became a figure of both terror and fascination, particularly after the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge in 1967, which killed 46 people. Many believed the Mothman was a harbinger of doom, warning the town of impending disaster. For the people of Point Pleasant, Mothman transformed from a local legend into a source of both fear and intrigue. Some residents held onto the belief that the creature was a guardian, warning them of danger, while others thought it was a terrifying omen. The mystery surrounding Mothman brought curiosity seekers and paranormal enthusiasts to Point Pleasant, eager to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. Then there's the Chupacabra, a name that sends shivers down the spine of those who live in Puerto Rico. This creature first gained notoriety in the 1990s after reports of livestock being mysteriously drained of their blood. Descriptions of the Chupacabra varied from a reptilian creature with sharp fangs to a hairless dog-like figure, and each version seemed to terrify those who encountered it. The creature's name, which translates to goatsucker, hints at its reputation for preying on livestock, leaving farmers fearful for their herds. The impact of the Chupacabra was profound. As stories spread, so did fear. People began locking their doors at night, keeping watch over their animals, and sharing stories of sightings at family gatherings. Communities bonded over their shared anxieties, forming a connection through the tales of the beast. The Chupacabra's legend transcended borders, appearing in various parts of Latin America and even in parts of the United States. It became a symbol of the unknown, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk just beyond the familiar. People began to discuss the implications of the Chupacabra, what it meant for their connection to nature, and the fragile balance between humanity and the wild. As stories like those of Mothman and the Chupacabra spread, they served a purpose beyond mere fright. They became a way for people to confront their fears in a safe space. The creatures represented the uncertainties of modern life, echoing the anxieties of living in an unpredictable world. They encapsulated our worries about safety, community, and the unknown, allowing us to reflect on the things we cannot control. In cities across America, the urban legend of Slender Man began to take shape, a figure that haunted the imaginations of countless young people. With his long, thin limbs and featureless face, he became a symbol of terror, lurking in the corners of the internet and the dark alleys of our minds. Slender Man's story spiraled into a cautionary tale about the impact of myth in the digital age, illustrating how quickly fears could take root in our collective consciousness. The Slender Man legend sparked conversations about the influence of storytelling and how modern myths can blur the lines between reality and fiction. In modern times, cryptids are not just relics of the past, they adapt to fit the world around us. Social media allows stories to spread like wildfire, creating an even greater fascination with the unknown. People share their own experiences with these creatures, discussing sightings and theories, forming communities based around these modern legends. From the Jersey Devil to the Wendigo, these stories tap into our primal fears and our need for connection. They echo our doubts and anxieties, becoming touchstones for understanding the world around us. Cryptids also serve as a reminder of our fascination with nature and the wild. They symbolize the mystery that still exists in our increasingly urbanized world, where nature is often pushed to the edges of society. When we hear tales of these monsters, we are reminded of the power and unpredictability of the natural world. In a time where everything feels so controlled and predictable, the existence of these creatures offers a thrill of possibility. It invites us to question what is real and what is myth, blurring the lines between the two. The stories of cryptids create a sense of community among those who share in the fear and fascination. In the face of uncertainty, these tales bring people together, providing a sense of belonging. Whether it's a campfire gathering sharing stories about the Mothman or an online forum discussing the latest Chupacabra sighting, there's comfort in knowing that others feel the same blend of excitement and fear. As the sun sets and darkness envelopes the world, the shadows come alive with the stories of our past. The thrill of the unknown lingers in the air, reminding us of the beauty and terror of the world we inhabit. In the whispers of Mothman and the cries of the Chupacabra, we find a connection to something greater than ourselves, a tapestry of human experience woven with fear, curiosity, and a longing to understand the mysteries of life. In every corner of the world, these modern mythic monsters stand as guardians of our imagination. They remind us that no matter how advanced we become, there will always be stories waiting to be told, shadows lurking in the corners, and a longing for connection that binds us all together. Whether they are protectors or predators, these creatures will continue to haunt our dreams and shape our understanding of the world around us, reminding us that sometimes the most powerful truths are hidden within the tales we tell. Monsters have always held a special place in the human heart. They emerge from the shadows of our fears and anxieties, capturing our imagination in ways that are both thrilling and terrifying. From the earliest days of storytelling around a fire to the modern myths of today, these creatures embody the struggles and hopes of humanity. Each monster carries a story, a message, and often a mirror reflecting our own inner conflicts. The fascination with monsters is timeless. Ancient myths and folklore tell of creatures that challenge the boundaries of what we understand. In every culture, we find these fearsome beings, whether it's the fire-breathing dragons of Europe, the cunning fox spirits of Asia, or the tragic tales of werewolves. Each story reveals a truth about the world, the chaos, the beauty, and the moral lessons hidden within. Think of the Minotaur, trapped in a labyrinth, representing the struggle of humanity against its darker impulses. Or the sirens, luring sailors to their doom, reflecting our eternal battle against temptation. These monsters evoke both fear and empathy, drawing us into their worlds while also reminding us of our own vulnerabilities. They remind us that, despite our advances in knowledge and understanding, there are still mysteries that we cannot control. As we look through the lens of history, the monsters of mythology have often served a purpose. They teach lessons about bravery, caution, and the consequences of our actions. In many ways, they are the guardians of moral values, reminding us of the balance between good and evil. They allow us to confront our fears in a safe environment, offering a way to process our emotions. In the modern world, these creatures have not faded away. Instead, they have transformed and evolved. The stories we once whispered by candlelight now fill the screens of our televisions and cinemas. Creatures like vampires and zombies have taken on new meanings, becoming symbols of our societal fears and desires. The vampire, once a fearsome beast, now reflects our fascination with immortality and the dark allure of power. Zombies serve as a reminder of our anxieties about societal collapse and loss of identity. This evolution does not diminish their impact, it enhances it. Monsters continue to resonate with us, adapting to reflect the changing landscape of human experience. They serve as a canvas on which we paint our deepest fears and hopes. In this way, they become more than mere stories, they become a way for us to understand ourselves and the world around us. The rise of social media and the internet has also contributed to this transformation. Urban legends and modern cryptids spread rapidly, captivating the imagination of new generations. Stories of Mothman, the Chupacabra, and other creatures become shared experiences that connect people from different backgrounds and cultures. Each retelling adds a new layer, a new perspective, creating a rich tapestry of belief and intrigue. These modern monsters often blur the lines between reality and fiction. They evoke a sense of wonder and curiosity, inviting us to explore the unknown. As we navigate through a world filled with uncertainty, these tales provide comfort and thrill, a reminder that we are not alone in our fears. In many ways, they help us cope with the challenges of modern life, offering a safe space to confront what scares us. Monsters also remind us of our humanity. They embody the struggles we face, from personal demons to societal challenges. They encourage us to confront our fears and to be brave in the face of adversity. The stories of these creatures help us connect with one another, sharing our fears, hopes, and experiences. In a world that often feels divided, these tales can serve as a unifying force, bridging gaps and fostering understanding. Consider how the tale of the golem has been retold through generations, reflecting the struggles of the Jewish people and their fight for survival. This creature, born from clay, is a symbol of protection and resilience. It speaks to the power of community and the importance of standing together in the face of darkness. Such stories resonate deeply, reminding us that we can create our own destinies, even in the face of overwhelming odds. As we look toward the future, the fascination with monsters shows no signs of fading. New myths will emerge, reflecting the ever-changing landscape of human experience. These tales will continue to evolve, shaped by our fears, dreams, and the world we inhabit. The monsters of tomorrow will carry new meanings and messages, serving as both reflections of our society and as guides through the complexities of life. In every corner of the globe, from the bustling streets of Tokyo to the quiet villages of rural America, the echoes of monsters can be heard. They remind us of our shared humanity, our fears, and our hopes. They invite us to explore the unknown and to embrace the stories that shape us. In a world that often feels chaotic, these creatures give us a sense of wonder and connection, proving that the human imagination knows no bounds. So, as we tell these stories, old and new, we keep the spirit of these monsters alive. We honor the myths that have shaped our history while also creating space for new tales to emerge. In this way, the legacy of monsters will continue to thrive, lighting the way through the shadows and guiding us as we navigate the complexities of life. Each creature, with its own story, serves as a reminder that within every fear lies the potential for understanding and growth.